and Wellbeing.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, World Diabetes Day, Diabetes and Wellbeing.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, World Diabetes Day, Diabetes and Wellbeing.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, World Diabetes Day, Diabetes and Wellbeing.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, World Diabetes Day, Diabetes and Wellbeing.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, World Diabetes Day, Diabetes and Wellbeing.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, World Diabetes Day, Diabetes and Wellbeing.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, World Diabetes Day, Diabetes and Wellbeing.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, World Diabetes Day, Diabetes and Wellbeing.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, World Diabetes Day, Diabetes and Wellbeing.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, World Diabetes Day, Diabetes and Wellbeing.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Global Namaste. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all the viewers of Healing Our Earth. I'm your host, Amrita Sharma, and I welcome you to today's episode, which is on World Diabetes Day. As the world celebrates World Diabetes Day on 14th of November, today's episode is specially dedicated to spread the awareness about diabetes, as this year's theme of World Diabetes Day is diabetes and well-being. And therefore, for today's episode, we have for you experts and people who will be sharing their experiences, will be giving their expert advice, as well as lifestyle tips, and much more. But before that, let's start with Gayatri Mantra. A calm peace voice, a calm peace note for your own self releases stress, one of the causes for diabetes. Therefore, with a smile in your heart and on your face, closing your eyes and a calm mind. Om Om Bhur Swaha Tatsavitur Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodaya. Om Bhur Swaha Tatsavitur Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodaya. Om Bhur Swaha Tatsavitur Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodaya. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Welcome. Diabetes, a sweet disease. People say it comes from sweets, but it really comes from sweets. That's very important to know. And when people have diabetes, they only question what I have to change, what I must do, what's wrong with me, and what can I do better? And there comes the awareness. Many a times in today's world, with a fast racing life at our workplaces, people at a very young stage are diagnosed with the sweet disease. And then the story changes. You start becoming very aware about yourself because something knocks your door of health and you think, what's more? Therefore, to dive that and to know more and to also explore what better can be done and what all things can be made better for not only yourself, but for your family members and friends and everyone, I welcome the episode producer of today's episode, Kirit Mistry Ji. Global Namaste and a very warm welcome. Good afternoon.
Global Namaste, good afternoon, Hamrisaji. Thank you for the kind words. So yes, this is a very topical and personal topic for myself. I'm a type 2 diabetic, been living with diabetes since 2010. And since then, have tried different ways to manage, and through diet, but also then eventually medication hits you. So then you've got to try other ways. So, and it's not just for me getting diabetes, it was from a family point of view. My mum had it, 40 years insulin dependent. And then slowly in the family, lots of siblings are now got diabetes. So it's a condition that people from our communities need to take seriously, because they think once you're a diabetic, popping a pill and that's going to sort of solve the solution. It's not. It's lifestyle changes. So you're going to hear from today from all of our experts who are going to give us some valuable tips on how to manage better. And again, apologies, I'm under the weather. I've got this really bad viral that's going around. So thank you for taking the hot seat as well with me today. So
thank you so much. And that's what the diabetes also brings your immunity down, and then catching up of cold cough sometimes just triggers you. So let's welcome our first guest, Kirit Ji.
Yes, so our first guest is Tina. Tina is has a personal journey of her own health challenges and how she's overcome them through her own personal ways through meditation and through spirituality, but also she's gained some valuable tips through her grandmother who had diabetes. So again, what Hasina is not a diabetic, and she doesn't. She will be just sharing how she's managed to live with various conditions she's gone through in her life, but also her grandmother's tips. Hasina's originally from Canada, but now in the UK. So really glad to have met Hasina a few weeks ago, and thank you for joining us today. Global Namaste, Hasina.
Global Namaste,
Global
Hasina. A very
Global
warm welcome and
Namaste.
a good afternoon.
Thank you. Thank you all for having me today. Global Namaste to everybody. My name is Hasina Reshamwala. I am the CEO and co-founder of Veda Women's Club. And I want to welcome everyone today, wherever you're joining. Thank you for showing up for yourself today, because the journey begins with you. And my talk, as Kirith mentioned, is not of my personal journey with diabetes, but I do have multiple illnesses that I hope to share tips with each of you today. But it's also about the body, stress, survival, and ways that we disconnect with ourselves while we're holding life together. I'm going to share my lived experience of what I've gone through, but also why it was so important for me to even be here today, because I do have a mother, or did have a grandmother who was diabetic, and I have a very strong family history of diabetes as well. So some of you may know me from my talk on breast cancer, as I am a survivor, but my story actually started a lot earlier. I was 14 when I had my first cardiac arrest and multiple heart attacks. And by the time I was 19, I had a pacemaker. And then in 2000, in August of 2000, I was in a car accident where I had amnesia and multiple surgeries. By 2014, I was in a skiing accident and had been diagnosed with transverse myelitis, an illness that has no cure and affects the spinal cord and the neurological system. By 2017, I was diagnosed with breast cancer and many other illnesses, which I will go into. But all of this while being a single mother, caring for my daughter and my nanima, who was dying that year. And so, like many of you, I kept pushing. I kept telling myself I don't have a choice, and we often do that. And it wasn't until I had breast cancer and I actually found the tumor through meditation that I really started to listen to my body. And life got overwhelming in 2017 during the diagnosis. And there was a point where I actually stopped listening because I went into survival mode, taking care of my daughter, taking care of my nanima. And at that point, things started to worsen. So I ended up with glaucoma, vestibular failure in my right ear, multiple transverse myelitis attacks. I also ended up with multiple other conditions such as mast cell activation syndrome and dermographism, which is also known as skin writing disease. But my pacemaker also stopped functioning. And that's when I realized that I needed to stop and listen, because I ended up spending months in hospital that year. And that's when the permanent changes really started to come into effect. And it was the same thing for my nanima. So she was diabetic and a breast cancer survivor, and she was a 20-year survivor, and managed to cure her diabetes. But it took a lifestyle change. See, she used to eat to please people, very common in our community, or eat in front of the TV, watching dramas, always having cookies and snacks at the table, just laying there, easy to reach. And then she realized that her toes were being affected and she struggled walking. And that's when her turning point happened. So she started waking up every morning drinking Kerala water. I think it's called bitter gourd, instead of tea. So simple little things that she started doing. And then she would start taking walks daily and she would go with friends. So she built this community and she moved her snacks from the table into cupboards. So it was more inaccessible and kept veggies on the table while she was watching her programs. And in her 80s, my Nanima had actually reversed her diabetes. Though she had damage to her feet, she avoided a lot more further damage and medications just by simple changes. So if she can do it in her 80s, all right, there is no excuse for any of us. And this is not to blame anybody, but it's about awareness. So I want you to take a moment, wherever you are in this world, and just take a moment to describe a word that you're feeling today. I know for a lot of us, we might say tired or calm or even overwhelmed, numb. But when we actually take a moment to sit and look back and reflect at how our body's feeling, we're already doing the mind-body connection, and our body's already speaking to us. We just have to sit there and be silent and listen. And if you don't listen to that whisper, it may turn into a scream. So for me, a lot of my screams were when I had heart failure. And like many of us, I was too afraid to miss out on life. I was young, I was in my teens, and because I didn't listen, I ended up with a pacemaker. And then when I was paralyzed, I was a single mom. I didn't want, to have my daughter taken care of by anyone else, or worse, be taken by children's services. So I didn't go to the doctors, I didn't go to the hospital. And that turned into me being in hospital between 2014 and 2016, more times than most doctors have ever been in a hospital. And I ended up having to have care for my daughter. So when I didn't listen to my body, the universe reminded me that I did need to stop. And it was only then that I actually started the meditation. And I will go through a very easy meditation that you can do as well, simply at home. And because of this, I actually found my cancer through a meditation. I had no lumps, I had no screaming, changes in my body. But because I had become so in tune with listening to my body, I was able to diagnose my cancer. I did lose both my breasts to cancer 9 years ago. But I am a 9 year, or hopefully in January, will be a 9 year survivor. Um, but to you, your screams, and I hope that they will not be, cardiac arrests and cancer, but your burnouts and your screams could easily be something like you're fatigued, your blood sugars are spiking, you're having burnout, and those are all going to affect your hormones, which are then going to affect your diabetes and your ability to cope and manage with them. So, one thing I want us to really focus on is shifting our mindset and stop looking at our symptoms as a problem, but asking ourselves, what is my body trying to tell me? Um, for me, I know that when I'm experiencing extreme fatigue, that's my body saying you're going to have another transverse myelitis flare up and I need to sleep it off, take that rest for myself. Because if I don't, I'm in hospital. And ignoring our body costs so much more than listening to it. Now, I'm going to, as I promised, teach you a little guided meditation. This is something that has worked for me and has worked for many people that I know. So whether you're listening to this now or you take this off camera, just find a place to sit comfortably, lay down comfortably. You can close your eyes or just soften your gaze. And I want you to start at bringing your attention to your feet. And then slowly start working up your body, bringing attention to your legs, then your stomach, your chest, your shoulders, your jaw. And just slowly inhale and ask your body, what do you need right now? Do not judge your body, just notice. What I have found, and what might have come up for many of you, is that you may need rest. You may need water. Some of us may just need love or silence. Your body is talking to you. Give it what it needs. Often we tell ourselves we don't have time. We don't have time to meditate. We're too old. Our body is broken. Um, and our mindset is another thing that can actually affect our healing process. So something that I have started is working on changing that narrative. I'm not too old. I'm younger today than I'm going to be tomorrow. So I have the ability to start today. And my body may be hurting today, but if I do the right things today, I will be better tomorrow. And so using words like, my body is asking to take care of itself. I am learning to make time. I am rebuilding my strength. Those mind shifts are going to truly impact you. And another test that I like to do is to just show the power of the mind. Picture a lemon, a juicy numera, is that what you call it, I think, in Hindi? And just picture cutting this lemon. Now imagine lifting that slice to your mouth and biting it. Did anyone have a reaction in their mouth? Because I know I did. And that just tells you that is purely your mind. There was no lemon. Not one of us has had a lemon. But if you take your mind, if your mind can actually make your mouth water, imagine what your mind can do to stress hormones, tension, and also healing chemicals within our own body. Our thoughts are so powerful. And I believed in myself and I believed in my healing journey when I was going through cancer that I actually would tell myself, I'm not ready to go. And my daughter was she was in grade 8 when I got diagnosed with cancer. And I said, I have to be there to watch her graduate from elementary school. And then I said I needed to be there to watch her get into high school and finish high school. And she did. And now she's in university, and my journey's not over. And if we keep telling ourselves that we have something to look forward to, we keep that mindset of we need to keep going for ourselves, for our loved ones, we shift that mindset from I'm sick to I'm healing. And that in itself is so powerful. Now, if we actually think about us not having time, which I hear all the time, I used to say it, I don't have time to go to the gym. I don't have time for, doing these meditations. Hasina, I have so many commitments. We're already taking time out when we're in hospital. Guess what? We're taking time when we're having to take those medications, go to the pharmacy, go to these appointments. So prioritize yourself. All right. You cannot fill from an empty cup and you cannot support others when your body is collapsing. So remember that healing is an act of kindness to yourself. Okay. And you don't need gym memberships. You don't need expensive supplements or retreats or, to do any kind of green juicing. What you need is just 10 minutes of breathing exercises to reduce those stress hormones. Take a walk. If it's too cold, go into a shopping center and walk there. Change refined sweets for eating fruits and healthier options, and drink water before snacking. I found that that has really helped me. And ask your body, are you actually hungry or are you just eating because you're tired, bored, or lonely? These little changes can really affect us and can really shape our body moving forward. So, my final thoughts to everyone is, take something from this conversation today to honor your body, and hold yourself accountable, whether that's drinking a bit more water, maybe it's, taking an extra 30 minutes to rest, or eating without the screens, right? Or listening to that fatigue. But you owe it to yourself to have that first act of embodying healing. And I pray that healing may be upon each and every one of you. I want you to know, as one of my final thoughts, that your body is not your enemy. It is your oldest ally. It is there surviving with you and has been with you through your entire journey. So treat it like your best friend. Treat your body like your temple, okay? Love it, nurture it, okay? And listen to the whispers so that you don't have to have your body screaming at you. Thank you so much for sharing your space with me today. I wish everyone healing in your journey. Namaste.
Hasina, um, do you see the smile on my face?
I do.
I think that gives all the compliments that I see in the Zoom gallery and beyond the Zoom gallery, all those people who have been listening to you right now. And what an amazing person you are. I'm really glad. Thank you, Kirit Bhai, to make me meet her. And I think a lot of people must be thanking him as well because it is really very beautiful to meet such a beautiful soul like you.
No, you're right.
And
I met Hasina just 2 weeks ago. She supported our breast cancer event and
oh,
again,
that's lovely.
I found her to be very inspirational, and I thought Healing Our Earth is definitely a platform I will bring her, and thankfully she accepted. And Hasina, amazing what you just gave in the last 10 minutes, 15 minutes. It's some powerful tips. So, yeah, I'm just sitting back and it's really thankful for you giving us the time, and I'm sure we've got quite a
Yeah,
few questions as well.
definitely. I have a lot of things to ask and talk to as well. But before that, let us have comments from our founder and director, Neil Kumar. A very warm welcome, global namaste, and good afternoon, Neil Kumar.
A global namaste and a good evening to you in India, and good afternoon, good morning, wherever you are connected to us from. Hasina, simple tips. Have water. You might think you are hungry, but you are thirsty.
Yes.
Or, as you said very simply, you complain that you don't have a time, and when you are diagnosed, you will have to go to the hospital and test and everything. So, why don't people realize that? That it's never too late. Start changing your diet now. If you keep your mind happy and
Mhm.
don't have any hatred inside you, don't have any grudges inside you, your body can fight lots and lots of ailments. So, Asina, you are a living proof.
Thank you.
From being diagnosed from a breast cancer, which nowadays is very advanced, and there are so many studies, and if diagnosed early, there is a very good chance of almost 80% chance of remission.
Mhm.
Look at an example that you are,
Thank,
that there is a hope. Don't give up.
thank you.
Start early. So I really commend you for what you are and the simple tips. If we can just follow simple tips, life would be beautiful. Amrita, you got lots of questions, so let's go with you, and we'll bring in Anjali as well, Dr. Anjali Agarwal from Hyderabad. And let's chit chat before we go to Azmina, okay?
Yeah, definitely. So, Hasina, what inference that I have drawn from your conversation that and your talk is that your life is precious. Sometimes people realize it very early, sometimes people realize it late. and it's just about style statements of your life. But it's not about fashion, it's about your lifestyle. And that's what you have changed, I think.
Yeah.
And I think, has your daughter become a source of inspiration for you to live life?
My daughter is my sole inspiration. She's actually on the call today. She is the reason I wake up every morning. She's the reason I fight so hard, and she is my greatest cheerleader. I suggest that everyone has someone like that in their corner. Um, it definitely motivates me to not just be in survival mode, but to be in thriving mode, and to not just live each day, coping, but being the best version and doing everything I can so that I could be there for her in the best capacity ever.
Hmm, beautiful. Can you share your lifestyle routine the whole day, how you work, what do you do, so that people can have some more knowledge about it? Yeah, please go
Sure.
ahead.
So I wake up meditating every morning. Um, I wake up around 4:30 in the morning and I meditate sometimes for 5 minutes. That's okay. Um, Sometimes for an hour. And then I'll get up. I try not to scroll on my phone until after I've actually given thanks. So I do a little prayer meditation, and gratitude, for waking up, and for all the wonderful things in my life. And then I go for a walk in the morning. I have a dog, so it forces me to get out for a walk. And then I'll go through my day, setting my intention. I work, so my 9 to 5 is pretty much with working and running my business. And then in the evening time, I will always take some time for myself. So whether that's reading, whether that's journaling, I do hit the gym almost daily, about 5 to 6 days a week. I do hit the gym. I do yoga, Pilates. So very kind to the body. I don't do like vigorous exercises. Sometimes it's just walking in the pool. And then at nighttime, just before I'm going to bed, I give thanks again for my day. Even if things have gone wrong, I give thanks for the lessons that it has taught me.
That's nice. And have you ever, so with all the diseases and recovering from all these things, is there some specific diet do you still follow, or there's some particular routine in your foods or things that you add? Because a lot of people have lot of um, tendencies to hit the social medias and what the social media brings up as superfoods and
Mm.
anti-diabetic diets, and sometimes it says, oh, that's sugar free. What's your take on that?
So I've actually tried to avoid sugar a lot in my life, because I'm so scared of diabetes. But even though it's not just about the sugars, right? It's about an entire lifestyle. But in our home, we use fruits to make desserts, right? And it's a
Which
great
one is your
alternative.
favorite fruit?
My favorite, I eat a banana every morning for potassium, and it's great for leg cramps. And then I do mangoes because it's great for the digestive system. And I have my berries, so either raspberries or strawberries, and I'll have that with a yogurt. But I don't follow a certain diet of like I have to keep these. I do keep away from the red meats, because it's not healthy for my heart, and I know this. So I've learned to listen to what my body needs. I love popcorn and potato chips, and my daughter's probably laughing right now. So I don't keep them in my house because I know that they're not healthy for me. So it will be, a treat if I'm going away on a trip and I pick up, a bag. I will pick up a small bag, and that will be my little treat. You don't need to deprive yourself of foods, but have them in moderation. And for me, one thing that I do is I drink a lot of water, and I have herbal teas rather than the chai with the milk and adding the sugar uh, and so little changes like that are things that I do on a daily basis when it comes to food. I hope that answered your question.
Yeah, before I take up some queries from Dr. Anjali, my last question is, what if you want to cheat yourself someday?
If I want to cheat myself,
Hmm.
my cheat day is probably a bag of potato chips, or what you guys call crisps here in this country. That would be my cheat day. And it doesn't happen very often, mainly because my daughter usually checks my cupboards to make sure that they aren't there. But yeah, it would be a bag of crisps and popcorn.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Okay, thank you.
you're
Dr.
welcome.
Anjali, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
Dr.
you, Dr.
Amrita. Good evening, Hasina. It was lovely listening to you. So inspirational. So
Thank
I heard the word about muscle activation. It's a new
Yeah.
topic at all. And like, how do you come to know about it? Like, you had muscle activation. I do treat a lot of patients with muscle, yeah, MCAS.
Yeah, so for many of you, you may not know what mast cell activation syndrome is. It's an autoimmune condition that basically thinks that your body's attacking itself, and you go into anaphylactic shock. So for me, I was actually getting hives and I couldn't breathe while I was in high stress situations. Also, if it was extremely cold, so extreme cold will cause me to swell up. And I went to an immunologist in Canada and I was like, there's all these weird things happening to my body. And he stuck a pack of ice on my hand and it just swelled up. And he was like, okay, we're going to do a few more tests. And then I started becoming allergic to a lot of the common things that you find in mast cell, which is opioids, right? Opioids is a big thing. So I was allergic to every painkiller. And when you're going through breast cancer and you're having multiple surgeries and you can't take anything more than a paracetamol, trust me, you really learn meditation is your best friend in healing. But with the mast cell activation, it was a lot of the symptoms of stress and how that started to affect me, and keeping a journal of what I was reacting to and avoiding those, right? And you do the process of elimination, right? Um,
Yeah.
and that's a big thing. Both of you doctors would understand that a process of elimination is a massive thing with mast cell activation syndrome.
Yeah, so I do treat a lot of patients with muscle activation and hypermobility, EDS. Have you ever heard of those terms? They're
Uh,
like,
Sorry, go
yeah.
ahead.
So they come into that umbrella term with, the MCAS, the EDS, the POTS. So you get dizzy on standing or something like that. But we usually recommend them an antihistamine diet, like less of tomatoes and brinjal and spinach. That really works for the MCAS cases. Have you ever sort of thought about them?
I haven't actually heard a lot about the diets for mast cell activation, and I'd love to maybe pick your brains, Dr. Anjali, after
Yeah,
in
do
regards
connect
to.
with me, I do have a bunch of podcasts on in that also.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's brilliant. And it's through conversations like this that we start bringing awareness that maybe someone else listening to this, this stream is, wondering what's going on in their body. And now there's these dialogues happening, and we're becoming aware and we're having more of these open discussions. So it's less taboo to live with these in silence. So excellent. Thank you so much, Dr.
Thank you.
Lafer.
Thank you so much, Hasina. Thank you, Dr. Anjali. Um, Kirit bhai, it's time to welcome our next guest. Please stay around, Hasina. We'll have more chit chats with you. And please stay around, Dr. Anjali. Global namaste to you, Azmina.
Yoga
A
namaste
very
to you
good
all.
afternoon and a warm welcome as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Yasmina, again, it's good to work with you again. I know we worked on a project a few years ago with the NHS, so it's glad to connect with you again. And you're a very renowned nutritionist, but also accolades in some of the work that you've done with within the diabetes arena. So without further ado, I'm going to give you your presentation and also an opportunity to kind of share some of the excellent work you've done to help people with diabetes.
Thank you. Thank you so much for inviting me. So yes, I'm going to talk to you about food. My background is I was chief dietitian to Diabetes UK, and I still specialize in diabetes and work with various large organizations to do with diabetes. But what I wanted to start with was food is for enjoyment, and food is part of who we are. It's our identity. It's our culture. We use food to be hospitable, to celebrate. We have lots of celebrations, and the food comes out, somebody knocks on your door. We've got the chevran, the ganchan, the samosas all ready, and that's who we are. And it's an important part of the culture of the South Asian community. And if you have diabetes, it doesn't mean you can't do all those things. It just means being aware that the food choices you make will have a direct effect on your blood glucose, your blood sugar levels. And if your blood sugar levels stay high over a long period of time, you are more at risk of complications of diabetes, such as blindness, amputations, heart disease, kidney disease, etc. So although all foods are okay, and the diabetic diet, if you like, is just a healthy diet that we should all be eating, it does pay to be a little bit more aware of the sorts of foods that we are choosing. And because diabetes, particularly type 2, which is 90% of cases anyway, is a lifestyle disease, it pays to think about what is it within our lifestyle that we can tweak, that we can modify a little bit in order to reduce our risks or to prevent and manage diabetes if we have it. So when you think about managing diabetes and prevention of diabetes and lifestyle, it's to do with sleep, relaxation, stress levels, being overweight. And the fact that we are South Asian, unfortunately, makes us genetically more at risk of diabetes. Now, there's nothing we can do about being South Asian, but what we can do is consider our lifestyle. And diet is one of those key areas, obviously, as well as physical activity. And when it comes to diet, when you look at the recommendations out there, from people I've spoken to, it can be quite overwhelming. Don't eat fat, don't eat salt, don't eat sugar, watch your calories. There's so much there and often quite negative. I like to be pretty positive about it. I think I'm a subtract rather than an add rather than a subtract person. I like to think about what can you add to what you're eating to make it healthier for you. And so what I would like to share with you over the next 15 minutes or so is 3 top tips, just 3 things that you can do. And my belief and my experience working with people with diabetes for a couple of decades now is that if you actually do these things, this will help your blood glucose levels to stabilize, which means long-term control and management of diabetes improves. But even if you're not diabetic, this helps in the prevention of diabetes and other conditions. So there's 3 things, I'll say them quickly and then I'll go into them in more detail, are eat more whole foods, be aware of ultra-processed foods, and number 3, when you sit down, look at your plate. That's it. So the first one, eat more whole foods. Now by that, I mean foods such as brown rice, whole grain bread, whole grain atta for your roti, beans, lentils, cans even of chickpeas, kidney beans, etc., nuts and seeds. Now when I say to people, brown rice, they sort of say, not doing that one. Tried it, takes too long, I don't know how to make brown rice. Once you get used to it, you won't want to go back. It's like if you've ever tried to move to whole grain bread or wholemeal bread, and then you try some ordinary white sliced bread, it just doesn't taste good, does it? So you can get used to it. And on my Instagram channel, you will see recipes for making brown rice in the microwave. In fact, if you want to look at that, at Asmina Nutrition. And when you look on there, just scroll down, you'll see 2 recipes, one for pigeon peas pilau in the microwave. Do nothing, throw it all in, and it's done in 40 minutes. That's the key. It takes a bit longer, yes, and you need more water. Generally, 1 mug of brown rice to 2.25 mugs of water, which is more than what you would use for white rice. And again, there are shortcuts. So there are pouches of rice you can get from the supermarket, and you put these into the microwave for 2 minutes, and they are brown rice. And the reason for these whole foods is because of the effect they have on your blood glucose levels. Whole grains are high in fiber. These whole foods, nuts, for example, also high in protein. And what they do is when they are digested, they are slowly digested. You might have heard the term slow release carbs. Well, whole grain atta, brown rice, brown pasta are all slow release carbs. And so when they're digested, they make your blood glucose, excuse me, go up slowly and go down slowly. I'm going to have my water, and I know it was mentioned earlier, this is my bottle, it's a litre, and I have 2 of these a day, which is essential for your skin, your hair, your overall health. So my second tip is to be aware of ultra-processed foods. Now, that does not mean that you can't have a can of baked beans, you can't have tomato ketchup, and you can't have a pasta sauce, and you can't have peanut butter. It's about being aware of what else is in that food. Now, those examples I've just given you are all great foods, and you could call them ultra-processed. But it's the ones that are packed with more additives, often more added sugar, lots of salt, maybe saturated fats. Think of cakes, biscuits, chocolates, crisps. All of these have been manufactured and manipulated, if you like, by the manufacturer to make them taste good. And not only are they often high in sugar or salt or fat or calories, if you're watching your weight, most people with type 2 diabetes are overweight, so that is a consideration. But not only that, when the manufacturer does a lot of, if you like, the processing, that means your body has to do less work. Think about this. If you were to eat an apple, or if you were to have that apple in fruit juice, in apple juice, if I started to eat this and your friend started to drink this at the same time, who would be finished first? It would be the friend. It's very easy to overconsume sugar in liquid form, but I'm not going to get through more than 1 apple, and it's going to take me longer. And what's actually happening is I'm taking the time to chew that apple. That gives my brain enough time to register, oh, I'm getting full, because the stomach sends signals to the brain. It takes time for your body to digest that apple. And your gut is having to work really hard. It's pounding at the skin of the apple, and it's breaking down all the fiber and what we might call complex carbohydrate in that apple. So when the sugar, all carbohydrates become sugar when they're digested. When the sugar from that carbohydrate in the apple is digested in the gut, it goes in slower. It will be released slowly into the bloodstream. And that means you get a nice, slow, steady rise in your blood glucose, which is what you want to achieve in diabetes, and in fact also for your energy levels. But when you take something in a liquid form, the same food, same amount of food, but in a liquid form, you have disrupted the fiber. In fact, in a juice, you have eliminated all the fiber. And the manufacturer has done the work for you. Your gut has not had to do that pounding and breaking down. And so with something like a fruit juice or a cola, in fact, fruit juice has roughly the same amount of sugar per 100 mils as a can of cola. 100 mils of cola, 100 mils of fruit juice, roughly the same amount of sugar. Think about that. When you have fruit juice, and I'm not saying it's bad for you because you get potassium and vitamin C from fruit juice, it's about awareness. But when you have that juice, it's going to make your blood glucose go up quickly and go down quickly. And that's what we want to avoid in diabetes. And the third one I suggested was to look at your plate when you sit down. That might sound a bit strange, but in my clinic, this is what I use. I call it my VVPC plate. This is based on evidence from around the world on the best way to eat for diabetes and, in fact, for heart disease and other conditions. And you will see lots of models in lots of health sites, etc. That's fine. This is the one I subscribe to. So when you've got your plate in front of you, imagine splitting it into 4 quarters. 2 quarters with veggie, 1 quarter with lean protein, and 1 quarter with those slow release carbs. Veggie, protein, carbs. If you do this, let's think about what happens. Firstly, all this vegetable, which could be salad, it could be some veg, it could even be an apple after your meal or an orange after your meal. It still sort of fits mentally in there. Might not be on your plate, but you get the story. These foods are rich in potassium, and potassium helps to regulate your blood pressure. These foods are also rich in fiber, healthy gut, reduction in constipation, good for your gut microbiome, good for your blood glucose. So filling half your plate with those foods is a great way to start your meal. Then the proteins, think about choosing lean proteins. Now, if you're vegetarian or vegan, excuse me, cheers, then you want to make sure you're having your dals, your beans, your chickpeas, your tofu. All of those foods are great foods. Just keep it lean. So think about perhaps not putting so much ghee or butter or oil into there to keep it lower in fat. If you're not vegetarian, then think about chicken without the skin, lean meats. Oily fish is a great source of omega-3 fats, or white fish is a great source of iodine. So all of those foods would fit into your protein section, and it's important to have that protein, particularly as we age. This is where I find the biggest issue in my older patients, where people are actually not getting enough protein and not thinking about the quality of that protein. Maybe that's a talk for another day. And then carbohydrate. Think of those slow release carbs, such as the brown rice, brown pasta, whole grain bread, whole grain atta, millet, jowar, nuts, seeds, etc. These are all healthy, slow release carbohydrates. And if you want a downloadable copy of this to put on your fridge, I have a PDF on my website, so you can download that, asminanutrition.com. So these are the 3 things that I think will actually, if you did this, you will be increasing the fiber in your diet. You will be getting slower, steadier rises in blood glucose. This way of eating can also help you manage your weight. Think about our children and our families and our community. If we were all to do this, just step back and think for a second. If as a family, you were to say, right, cut down on those processed, ultra-processed foods. Not processed, frozen food is a processed food, but I think it's a great food. Cut down on ultra-processed foods, takeaways, convenience foods, ready meals, that sort of thing. Have more whole grains, fruit, vegetables, whole grains, nuts, seeds, beans, lentils. Do the VVPC plate. If we were to do that, let's think about this. Our children would be growing up with much healthier habits. They would be growing up with these balanced messages, a very positive way to think about your relationship with food rather than restriction. Imagine if we were to do that with our neighbors, in our places of worship, in our community settings, maybe even festivals. If we were to do that, we could, within the whole community globally, reduce our risks of something that we are so much more at risk of. Type 2 diabetes and other non-communicable diseases such as heart disease, certain types of cancer and obesity, all these cardiometabolic type of disorders. Just by doing this, we could be improving the health of our whole community. And I will leave you with that thought. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you. It's your expertise, your knowledge, and the way you present things. It always amazes me, and it's great too how simply you make things and the tips you gave as well. So I'm sure that we'll share your website link so that people can download. One question really I have is this people keep saying in terms of when's the best time to have your carbs, and do we have it in the lunch and then not have it in the evening? So I know your plate gave a good example, but that keeps to be a common question, is because the people who are diabetic feel that their carbs will, if they have it in the late at night, it will then have impact on their sugar levels as well. So just if we can clarify that'd be great.
Sure, and that's a good question. So remember, carbohydrate is what makes your blood glucose go up. And it is the type of carbohydrate that's really important, the ones that we spoke about, the whole grains, etc. So having them regularly actually helps your blood glucose to go up and down regularly, helping you to be stable. So it doesn't mean that you have to actually avoid carbohydrates at any meal. What it means is that you have to consider the type of carbohydrate whenever you're eating and the amount of carbohydrate that you're eating. So this is really important. When you're taking carbohydrate, remember the plate, you've got VVPC, I'll give you the link that actually gets to that plate. It's under Projects Vegan Savvy. And you'll be able to see that actually by eating this way, the carbohydrate content is already limited. So this way, you are actually managing to eat well by eating the right carbohydrates. And if you scroll down, actually, on there, you will. This is my website, and down there, if you go down a bit more, I think you might see the link. No, well, I'll have to send you the link for the VVPC. It's under Vegan Savvy, which you can click there and have more information where it says find out more. But I think you need to be mindful of your own blood glucose levels. So people who find that they are having high blood glucose after eating carbohydrate in their evening meal, and if they're waking up with high blood glucose levels, yes, if you just scroll down there, you ought to be able to see the downloadable plate. If you're waking up, there you are, and you can download from there. If you are waking up with high blood glucose levels, think about, what did I eat the night before? And you are your best doctor, I often say. So actually consider, oh my God, I had a big plate of pasta, didn't I? But it was brown pasta. Why did that happen? Even brown pasta, if you have a lot of it, it's called the glycemic load, then that is going to make your blood glucose shoot up. And that's why only having that portion of your plate with those even healthy carbohydrates will help your blood glucose to be stable. So I hope I've clarified that carbs are not bad for you. Just think about the type and the amount and have them regularly throughout the day.
Thank you. That's great. Amrita, have we got any other questions from any of our other panelists?
Yeah, we can have some questions, but before that, I have a question. Yeah, Dr. Anukul, please go ahead before I take up. And we also have some other questions and comments from other.
Yes, this is for
please.
Hasina. I just wanted to say what a beautiful set of information. But for Hasina, there's been written down a whole lot of statements from her, which are absolutely fantastic, because it really tells how the universe is talking to us. I just want to ask one question, that is about, what do you think of the sequence of eating with the carbohydrate placed at the very end, and that reduces the absorption of carbohydrates, which has obviously an anti-glycemic effect?
So there is some evidence on, if you start your meal with, let's say, a salad, then it allows the meal to be more slowly digested and absorbed. So you could try that. I mean, I feel that making sure half of your plate is filled with salad or vegetables actually helps you to do that. But you could try it. I think what's important is monitor your own blood glucose. We're actually now encouraging even people with type 2 diabetes to think about getting a blood glucose monitor. It can really help you to see, how does food affect my blood glucose levels? And some people do find that having those salad vegetables first, or maybe a soup, vegetable soup first, then having their meal, does help them. My personal view is that if you're sitting at a table for half an hour and eating your meal, generally your food is all going to be mixed up in your gut anyway. And I'm not for someone trying to use too much thinking. I think our emotional relationship with food is really important. And food is for enjoyment. That was my first line, I think. So for me, it's about enjoy everything that's on offer, but just be that little bit mindful of how you're positioning foods and the quantities and the types that you're having.
Thank you. Thank you.
And Kailash has got a question that replacing brown sugar instead of white sugar is advisable.
A lovely question. So just because it's brown, eh? Well, brown sugar is not going to give you any benefits. It is still going to do that, as is treacle and molasses and gur and all of these sugars, these unrefined sugars, are still going to make your blood glucose rise quickly and go down quickly, which is what you want to avoid. And there are lots of hype and lots of marketing tools around brown sugar and even things that are around salt, like pink salt and coarse salt and Himalayan salt. In terms of nutrition, they're not going to do you any significant difference. It's about cutting down on all of them.
And Azmina, Hasina is asking, what about salad dressing? Because we need to make it look tasty, but should we indulge in salad dressing or low calorie ones? She wants to know.
Yeah. I'm all for salad dressings. As I said, food is for enjoyment. And if it makes you enjoy the food more, then do it. If you use a dressing which has olive oil in it, you're getting the benefit of the Mediterranean diet. Now, this diet has been associated with longevity, with lower risks of these non-communicable diseases such as diabetes. So it's a healthy overall diet. So I very much believe having an olive oil dressing is not only good for you, it also helps you to absorb the nutrients that are in those fruits and vegetables. So actually you need it to, if you have carrots, for example, carrots have got a precursor to vitamin A in them. It's called beta carotene. Your body won't make use of the beta carotene as well as it would if you drizzled on some olive oil, because the fat is needed to convert, it helps to convert that beta carotene into vitamin A. In fact, I've got that all in my book, Vegan Savvy. It actually quotes the studies that are all about how you should use oil to help you absorb certain nutrients. So that's something, if you're vegan, you can look at. But yeah, I'm not against dressings at all. Just think about it in terms of your overall diet and not have masses of it if you're watching your weight.
So Hasina, you can choose wisely. Don't deprive yourself. Just choose wisely. Kailash, cut down on sugar. It will not be easy. You don't have to stop desperately completely, but start slowly cutting down and soon you will not miss it. If those people who want to go and see Azmina's website, then it's azminanutrition.com. It is full of information. It guides you. It even got pictorial guides, so it's very beautiful. Azmina, stay around. There are a lot of questions, but we have got short time. Kirit, let's go to Neetu, another nutritionist here. So it's beautiful that we are now talking about changing lifestyle, making sure we select good diet, because there is a good diet which is also exciting, fulfilling, and lovely to have. So let's welcome Neetu and Azmina. Stay around. Thank you.
Global Namaste, Nitu. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for
Global
joining.
Namaste, everybody. Thank you for having me, and thank you for joining us, especially on a Sunday afternoon or evening. We truly appreciate that. Thank you.
I'll let you do your quick intro of who. I know you've set up your own company, but I'll let you tell us more about that and then tell us about your presentation today.
Sure. So my name is Neetu Pasricha. I am AFN registered nutrition and lifestyle consultant. My background is community health services. So I worked for NHS England for quite a while, more than 15 years, before I decided to go and get a Masters of Science degree in global public health nutrition. What inspired me was, of course, professionally, because I was observing how much nutrition and lifestyle can make a difference. And there are so many diseases that we can prevent if we can make these nutrition and lifestyle changes. And then, of course, coming from South Asian background with a family history of diabetes, cardiovascular disease, even cancer was another reason that inspired me to go and dig deeper into nutrition and lifestyle. So after completing my degree, I have worked on a couple of projects with NHS. So main was diabetes prevention program, which is called Healthier You. And alongside a few more projects, right now I am freelancing. I founded my company Holistic Health Nutrition straight after graduating. So I'm freelancing as a full-time nutritionist right now. So today I'm going to dig deeper into lifestyle-related factors of diabetes. So I'm just going to give you a couple of minutes to an idea of the risk factors related with type 2 diabetes. I mean, Asmina has also mentioned amazing stuff, and so do Hasina. As we are now starting to understand, there are some factors linked to diabetes that we cannot change, as we call them non-modifiable factors. And these are our age, family history, ethnicity. Some women have gestational diabetes, so they're at higher risk, or certain medications such as steroids. However, the good news is there are lots of factors which are lifestyle-related factors that we can certainly change. And changing these lifestyle factors can help us prevent diabetes. And these are being overweight, inactivity, smoking, alcohol, nutrition we have already spoken about, sleep, and stress. So I'm going to dig more deeper into all of these lifestyle-related factors, and we can look into what and how we can change. So talking about alcohol and smoking, of course, alcohol and smoking does not give us any health benefits. So we can certainly start looking into reducing and then aim for stopping alcohol and smoking. Alcohol does not just straight away impact on our blood glucose levels. If you have noticed, it also encourages us or increase our cravings for sweet foods and fatty foods. So that way it can impact on our health and well-being. Alcohol also interferes with our sleep, with our hormones and energy levels. Smoking can increase inflammation in our body, and all the metabolic conditions we are talking about today, which diabetes is one of them, can increase because of this inflammation. Smoking can also increase insulin resistance. So if you know, insulin is the hormone that helps us regulate blood glucose levels. So insulin resistance means the insulin does not work really well as it should. So this can happen because of smoking. Smoking can also increase our risk of developing belly fat. So that's fat around the middle part of our body, which is also known as visceral fat, which means our organs are getting wrapped up in this fat, which increases our risk for cardiovascular disease, diabetes, and many other diseases as well. Then we look into physical exercise. So another lifestyle factor that we can change is our activity. So there are two ways we look into it. It's movement, which is any kind of movement, which can be cleaning our home, hoovering, dusting, cleaning, clearing, or organizing our home, or just simply standing or moving while you're sitting around. So that's what we classify as movement. And then there is exercise, which is structured activity, where you plan and structure that this is what I'm going to do because this is what I want to achieve. Whether it's weight management, whether it's, general health and well-being. Lots of studies have highlighted that regular movement and exercise can help us reduce many diseases. So talking about type 2 diabetes today, regular movement or exercise can help us reduce the risk of type 2 diabetes by 50%. Same with high blood pressure. Coronary heart disease can be reduced to 40%, cardiovascular disease can be reduced to 35%, stroke to 30%, and obesity to 10%. So even if we can give 5 to 10 minutes regularly throughout the day, choosing to do whichever movement or exercise, it can make a huge difference to your health and well-being. Talking about exercises more structured, general recommendation is mixing different type of exercises. So these are aerobics that are good for our heart health. So exercises that help you raise your heart rate, strength building exercises, and exercises that can help us with balancing. So general recommendation is once in a week, you can choose either these exercises on a moderate level for 150 minutes roughly, or vigorous intensity level for 75 minutes. Now, I give you the easy way to distinguish between moderate and vigorous. How can you make out which intensity are you moving about with? So we call something called a talking test. So this is if you're exercising, and alongside exercising, if you try to hold a conversation with another person and you are able to easily do that conversation, that will be classified as moderate intensity. However, if while you are exercising, you're trying to hold a conversation with another person and you're not able to because you're going breathless, your heart rate is really high, you're moving about really fast, that will be classified as vigorous intensity. So strength exercises are like body weight bearing exercises. So when you bear weight on your muscles on your body, those would be classified as strength exercises, such as weightlifting, even carrying shopping or carrying our own body weight. When we walk up and down the stairs, we are carrying our body weight. So this will be classified as strength building exercises. Or lifting our children up, if you're playing with children, lifting them up, because that's all putting strength on your muscles and bones. Balancing exercises, which is yoga, is absolutely amazing. Or where you are trying to stand in a certain posture, or trying to balance yourself on any equipment, those will be classified as balancing exercises. So mix of all these exercises can be really helpful, and we can spread it out throughout the week, throughout the day as well. So top tips I suggest for physical activity or movement are: try to keep physical activity or movement regular. So throughout the day, as I mentioned, spreading it out rather than choosing to be very active in the morning hours and then start to slow down. And by the evening, where we don't feel like moving at all and we just want to sit in front of telly and enjoy our meals and go to bed straight away. So keeping it regular offers us lot many health benefits than just choosing one time during the day and being active there. Then another very important thing to consider is choosing something small, something simple, so you can sustain it or keep it doing for longer term. Because choosing something that is really too much, which your body and your mind feel, oh, it's a big task, and it just feels too much, is not going to be sustainable. So it's really important to choose something that you enjoy, that is something simple, and that you can keep doing for longer. Because only then it will help you to build these healthier habits. So we are not competing with anybody. Everybody is different. Everybody's circumstances are different. There can be lots of limitations, lot of boundaries to exercise. So such as, if you work full time, then you come home and there are lots of things you need to do. So it can be really difficult if you try and think about going to the gym afterwards. So there, what I suggest is maybe try and bring these activities that you enjoy doing as part of your daily routine. So it could be maybe thinking about how can I be more active while traveling to work or traveling back from work to home. And if you are working from home or you're at home and that stage of your life, then maybe thinking about how I can stay active regularly throughout my day while I'm at home. Can I maybe leave my things that I really need time to time at another area at home so I can walk a little bit, take few steps to get there? Can I maybe put my laundry somewhere so I can go and get it upstairs, let's say, for example? So things, small changes like this can encourage you to stay active and more regularly. And also need to remember, if you haven't been very active for very long for any reason, whether it's injury, whether it's illness, or whether you've never ever thought about, doing something really big, which is exercise, then it's important to take small steps and go slow. So there's something we call perceived rate of exertion. So PRE in short. So this is where your mind pick up, okay, how far do I do activity or exercise before I start feeling exertion? And PRE takes time. It takes time to build up PRE. So taking small steps, not putting too much pressure on our heart and our other organs can be a good idea. And then another point to remember is frequency rather than intensity. So as I'm already mentioning, it's not important to do vigorous intensity exercises. It's rather important to keep it frequent. So we need to remember, we are not competing. Everybody is different. Every day is different. You might have a day where you don't feel very well in yourself to do some very vigorous intensity exercise, or even getting up and moving about much. So maybe breaking it down that day, maybe sitting on the chair and doing some chair-based exercises can be a good idea. Like Hasina very rightly said, it's about mindset. Sometimes we need to think about. So rather than having that, keeping that all or nothing mindset, breaking our tasks down, making them simpler and more doable. So that motivate us and encourage us to keep going can be helpful. And then it's about thinking about progression, keeping progressing, as I said, slowly building up on your perceived rate of exertion rather than perfection. Because in this world, there is nothing as such perfection. We all try our best. Every day is different. Every event is different. So if we keep in our mind to keep going, keep progressing, keep building up on these things, that can be really, really helpful for us. So this is movement and activity. Another area that we can start changing is sleep. There are lots and lots of research highlighting now that restorative sleep or good quality sleep is really, really beneficial for health and well-being. So good night sleep helps us balance our hormones. Talking about diabetes, we know insulin is very highly involved in diabetes management, and so do other hormones as well. So when we talk about eating or our appetite or hunger, there are hormones called ghrelin, which is hunger hormone, and then there is satisfaction hormone, which is leptin. So when we have good night sleep, our hormones, hunger hormones and satisfaction hormones are regulated and balanced. And so are our insulin and other hormones as well, which are very essential for health and well-being. Good night sleep also help us reducing inflammation. And we know many diseases are related to inflammation, so it's really important. It improves our focus, energy, mood, because all the emotional regulation happens while we are in deep sleep as well. It consolidates our memory, support our gut health, immunity, our heart health, brain health. So lots of health benefits of sleep as well. So top tips for sleep management are to, again, try and be consistent with your schedule. So if, say, for example, you go to bed at 9 o'clock, try and keep that consistency as much possible. Try and keep the environment comfortable. So the temperature in the room, the lighting in the room, noise in the background. So ensuring you give yourself time to pause, take a break from your daily routine, take a pause and wind down before you actually hit the bed. It's really important to finish the job of the day and start to relax down slowly so your nervous system can switch from the survival mode to rest and digest mode, which is more relaxed mode. So your brain is not still thinking about what's happened in the day and what you're going to do tomorrow. So it's finding that mindful movement before you actually go to sleep can be really helpful. And here, as Hasina very rightly said, and I'm very much believer in this as well, mind, body, and spiritual connection. So this can be the time as well to take a pause and maybe try and do some gratitude exercise. So being grateful or being thankful for your day, for what you've been able to do, to our bodies. Being grateful is paying gratitude to our heart for beating all day, for our legs to moving and taking us out and about to do our daily job. So simple gratitude, simple self-reflection or self-care rituals, skincare, hair care, all of these self-compassion, self-care rituals can be very helpful for sleep routine. And talking about nutrition before sleep routine, so general idea is, of course, to keep it balanced throughout the day and try and go for light evening meals. So it's digested before you hit your bed, rather than having full stomach and while you're trying to sleep can be really helpful as well. And technology, we all know, it keeps our mind active, curious. And while you have your curious mind on, it's really difficult for your mind to relax and, take a break from your daily routine and go to sleep. So really important to prevent that. Next is social connections. So again, Hasina has already touched on this subject, and so does Meena as well. So with regards to our health and well-being, our community, our social connections are really, really important. Helps us to reduce stress, loneliness, anxiety, depression, because when we connect with each other, we hear each other's stories like we are hearing today as well. It takes our mind off from our own troubles, challenges, or sometimes negative thoughts. Mahatma Gandhi very rightly said, our thoughts become our words, our words become our actions become our habits, and our habits then become our destiny, because that's what we keep on repeating. So thoughts definitely very important. And to break that cycle of our thoughts, social connections or meaningful social connections can be really good idea, because that's where you hear other people, relate with their stories, share your stories, listen to them, and you form that, idea. Okay, I'm not alone. We all have so much going on in our lives. So that's really helpful. This also improves self-confidence, self-esteem, and also that feeling of belongingness or support. So it makes you feel you're not alone, you're supported, you belong here. So some of the top tips for social connection are maybe choose to go for an activity together. So how about maybe plan a day for a morning walk together or evening activity together, or maybe a dance class. Maybe while you're at your home, get on the Zoom call as we are doing today, and maybe put some music and dance along together with your family members, with your loved ones, with your friends. You can also join a community group. If there's something good happening in the community that you're interested in, you can join that. You can volunteer with an organization. You can connect with friends or family over a cup of tea or coffee, or you can learn things together. So maybe join a class together, and it can be any class. So all of these ideas can help us with social connections and help us stay in that rest and digest mode. Then mindfulness. Hasina has already shared amazing ideas, so I'm going to keep it really short. So yes, mindfulness activities or self-care activities such as gratitude, affirmations, journaling, prayer, meditation, breath work, all of this creative art, everything is very, very helpful. Something as simple as nature walk, even 5 to 10 minutes, can make such a huge difference in our mood, in our energy levels, and we know it's all interconnected. So it can, in the long run, help us with our diabetes or any disease management. So just going to wind it all up because I know we are short of time. So summary or key recommendations. So eating healthily and mindfully, like we all have been saying, creating a consistent routine, being active, moving more and regularly, making social connections meaningful, and most importantly, being kind to ourselves, because self-compassion is the key to whatever we choose in our life. Thank you very much for listening. Global Namaste, everybody.
Thank you very much for the excellent presentation. So all three of our presenters have all complemented each other, and you finished off with some excellent tips. So have we got questions? Just, I know because of time, we're going to be going to India soon. So Mr. G, Neil G, are there any questions that we want to ask that we've got?
Just to remind people that people want to know Neetu's website. So it's a very simple one, holistichealthnutrition.uk, and there is full of information over there. Neetu, very well done. Another excellent presentation. Stay around. We need to work to India now with Dr. Rajaram, who is going to give us some diabetic and metabolic information. Amrita, let's introduce Dr. Rajaram.
Thank you, Neetu. It was really lovely to have this presentation and viewpoint, and also lovely guests and a great connectivity. Thank you, Kirit Bhai. Global Namaste, Dr. Rajaram Mahatoji. Very good evening to you, and a very warm welcome to this episode of the Diabetes Awareness. You have been working as a professor and a diabetic specialist at All India Institute of Ayurveda. You are a professor of Ayurveda, and Ayurveda as a traditional science has lots and lots to talk about diabetes. And in today's episode, I would like to have you for the conversation and awareness about what Ayurveda has to talk about diabetes and how can we cure it through herbs, treatments, modalities, lifestyle changes, and a lot more. So over to you for next 15 minutes. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So you're sharing your presentation. Can we have it full screen mode?
I'm sharing my presentation.
Right.
We can't hear you at all.
Namaste to all of you. Myself, Dr. Rajaram Mato from All India Institute of Ayurveda, New Delhi, from India. I am an associate professor here in the Kaya Chikitsa
Can we have a
department,
full
that is
screen
the
mode?
general. Now it is in full screen mode, ma'am? Yeah.
Yes.
Here I am in charge of diabetes and metabolic care unit. Today, we will talk about the holistic management of diabetes. As we all know that diabetes is a metabolic disorder. It is characterized by chronic hyperglycemia. Yes, we see that the today's scenario, more than 589 million people are now diabetic, and it will increase day by day to 853 millions by 2015, and 3.4 million deaths it was held in the 2024 due to the diabetes, and every 9 seconds one person's getting death by diabetes. So today we will discuss about this deadly disease, diabetes. Sorry, my screen is not showing.
You can keep on talking. Just keep on talking what you want to show. If it's the screen at your end is okay. Carry on talking. Can you hear us?
Yes, I'm hearing.
Yeah,
As we know that, you can hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Just keep on talking.
Okay. As you know that in Ayurveda, diabetes is called as a prameha. Prameha is the disease which is characterized by the changes in the urine. So if we see the color of urine, consistency of urine, that's called the Prabhu Tavil Mutrada in the terminology of the Sanskrit. That means the haziness of urine and the increase the frequency of urine, that indicating that the person have a diabetes. Now we in the All India Institute of Ayurveda, we prepare a protocol for the diagnosis of diabetes, that if a person has increased frequency of urine, hazy urine, and along with this letharginess and sweetness of mouth, these symptoms along with the raised blood sugar level as per the WHO criteria, fasting blood sugar more than 125 milligram per deciliter, and postprandial more than 200 milligram per deciliter, and we see the HbA1c level more than 6.5 milligram percentage, then we can say that the person is diabetes. So diabetes, the treatment of diabetes as per Ayurveda is, it is a disease because changes in the lifestyle and diet are the major factors. So we can go for the changes in those factors, because Ayurveda say that Nidan Parivarjan is the first line of treatment. That means the first line of treatment, we avoid the causative factor, that is in Ayurveda said that Asya Sukham Swapna Sukham. That means a person who is in the habit of sitting and is indulging the high amount, high calorie food, then they then go towards the diabetes. So in that condition, we can give the person some diet and lifestyle modifications.
In Ayurveda, there is some reversal process. Like one shloka is there, Pramehina jada mutram apichilam anavilam visadam tikta katukam jada arogyam. That means when the urine of diabetic patient is clear, transparent, odorless, bitter, and pungent, then it is considered healthy. Because the common symptom according to Ayurveda is the excessive urination and hazy urine. So our goal is to achieve the standard diagnosis according to Ayurveda and management. If we follow the diabetic protocol of Ayurveda, we can diagnose early, we can prevent the progression of the disease, and we can delay the onset of complications, because we know that the diabetic neuropathy, nephropathy, these are the major factors affected earlier stage. In the later stage, that the cardiopathy and CVA, etc. And we can manage these by Ayurveda in the chronic stage. So as per Ayurveda, we can adopt changes in lifestyle, avoid the causative factor, early screening, and holistic approach for diet, lifestyle, and yoga. Along with this, we have a treatment modality called Panchakarma, that is the purificatory method. If we use this purificatory method, we can detoxify the body so that the diabetic like deadly disease can't affect our vital organs. When a patient comes to our OPD, first of all, we screen, then diagnose. For diagnosis, we use the clinical examination and investigation. Suppose that after the clinical examination and investigation, we get the patient is pre-diabetic, that is the HbA1c less than 6.5. Then we have a treatment modality is diet and yoga or Sodhana therapy, that is the purificatory method. We call that Panchakarma procedure. In Panchakarma, we have a file-folded methodology. Mostly, we use the Bhamana and Virechana. In obese patients, we use when the Kapha dosha is predominant, and that time we use the Bhamana. And if the patient is have a Pitta dosha, then we use the Virechan karma. Suppose that patient diagnosed as a fully diabetic, that means the blood sugar level raised, some frank diabetic symptoms as a polyphagia, polyuria, polydipsia is present. Then we subdivided the patients into two groups. It may be obese or it's may be lean and thin. If the person is obese, then we have a type of treatment modality. One is the purificatory method, that is the Panchkarma procedure. And if the patient, and other way, we have a Samandraga, that is the medicines we use for the blood sugar level and the other symptoms. Suppose that patient diagnosed as a lean and thin, then we can say that is the Krish Pramehi, and in that condition, we can't do the Panchkarma procedure, that is the purificatory method, where we use only the herbal and herbo-mineral medicines for that person. We know in diagnosis that we have a diagnostic or screening criteria HbA1c more than 6.5, but when during treating the patients, we considering the fasting blood sugar level. If fasting blood sugar level is within the control range or less than 130 milligram per deciliter, but more than 110 milligram per deciliter, we only considering within diet and lifestyle modification. If blood sugar level raised from 130 milligram per deciliter to more, then we use the herbal and herbo-mineral medicines, or we continuing that medicines for 1 month. Then again we check the fasting blood sugar level. If we get the goal met, then we continue the same treatment. Otherwise, we go for the herbo-mineral preparations. And after 1 month, again we recheck if the blood sugar level is normal, then we continue the same medicine. Otherwise, if we not get our goal, that is the fasting blood sugar level less than 130 milligram per deciliter, then we add the herbo-mineral preparation. In the conditions when the patient's blood sugar level is more than 150 and it is not controlling a fasting blood sugar level, then we add to the help of modern medicine, and they added the OHA. Suppose that the patients comes to us and we divided it in three categories: mild, moderate, and severe. Mild category, when the blood sugar level is fasting blood sugar less than 130 milligram per deciliter, and HbA1c less than 7.5 milligram per deciliter. In that condition, also we use the diet and lifestyle modification along with herbal medicines. But sometimes patients comes with us with the OHA, like oral hypoglycemic medicine, some person taking the metformin, glimepiride, or the gliclazide. Then we add our herbomineral medicines along with that to achieve the goal, that is the lowering the blood sugar level and getting the quality of life improved. We have used some herbal medicines like Gymnema sylvestre, Cyzicum commoni, Tinospora cordifolia, Curcuma longa, Phyllanthus symbolica, and our name is called Triphala, Negrodadichun, etc. Just like a herbal medicine. In severe conditions or the raised blood sugar level fasting more than 150, and we are adding with OHA, in that time we use the some Quatha form medicine like Vijay Quath, Phalatrikadikwatha, Kathakadikradikvatha. These are the names written in the Ayurveda as a combined herbal formulation. Along with, we added some herbomineral medicines like Chandraprabhavati, Siva Gutika, Gopshuradi Gugul. These are the medicines we added in that conditions when the patient already taking OHA. And if suppose that a person comes with us, he is already induced with insulin and taking the insulin regimen, and he want to take some Ayurvedic medicines along with the diet and lifestyle modification. In that conditions, we use this herbal and herbomineral medicines. Mostly herbomineral medicine we prefer in that condition. Many times patients comes with us with some complications like neuropathy, and in neuropathy conditions, we use the abhyangas and along with some medicine like Dashmula, Rasna, Bhala, Aranda. These are the medicines prescribed in the Ayurvedic formulary, and we using these in neuropathy condition, diabetic neuropathy conditions. Sometimes some patients have some issues like retinopathies, where we use the Saptamritlo, Triflagrit, Madhujasti, Pathyadikvat. These drugs are used in retinopathy conditions along with the drugs who are lowering the blood sugar level. In many patients comes us with loss of libido. This is the burning problem. When patient comes to our OPD, many patients who have more than 5 years of history of diabetic, they complain loss of libido in the male patient. That time we have used the only herbomineral medicines like Basant Kusumaka Ras, Mushli Pak, Ashwagandha, Kapikachu. These are drugs, they help us along with the blood sugar lowering agent like Gudmar, Jamun, etc. Some drugs, Nisamal ki, nowadays we are using frequently. Now we are, and it is work very beautifully in the early stage of the diabetic patient. As earlier told that the lifestyle modification, which kind of diet and lifestyle modification we should do, as per Ayurveda, we use here in the All India Institute of Ayurveda is they avoid the sedentary lifestyle. Don't stay long time in a one positions. Please do some movement. Excessive sleeping or sleeping in daytime is avoid. Lack of exercise, excessive consumption of sweet, cold potency foods, consumption of newly harvested grains, jaggery, curd. These should be avoided because they are aggravating the kapha dosas, and kapha dosas is the predominant in diabetic conditions as per Ayurveda. So which kind of lifestyle we should follow? As per us, what we followed here, that is in the we say the patient that wake up early morning around 5 to 5:30, and
Dr. Rajaram Mohataji,
yes.
can you please quickly conclude also? Yeah.
Yes.
Can you please quickly go? Yes, please. Thank you.
Abhyangas and some Panchkarma procedure we should do, like in the autumn woman and in the winter season Virichan. These are the very much beneficial for us. In the diet, like barley, green gram, Bengal gram, and cabbage, radish, bitter gourd, these are very much helpful for the patient in diabetic conditions. Some tests should be done in the frequent interval, like HbA1c once in 3 months, blood urea nitrogen and creatinine once in the 6 month, urine microalbumin in the once a year, ECG in if the chest problem complaint the patients. So our unique approach toward the patient care is the preventive, that is the daily regimen, dinacharya, seasonal regimen, personalized treatment, like because we know that everyone has a different prakriti and satma compatibility, so we include the personalized treatment and dose fixation as per the dosas, like vata, pitta, kapha, which one is predominant accordingly. And as I already told, that the Nidan Parivarjan, that is the avoidance of the causative factor, is the major thing for the predictive, and prognostically we try to stop the complications to controlling the blood sugar level. Some research work we do here on the reversal of pre-diabetic conditions, and here in the comparison of diabetic specific diet and lifestyle modifications, and so many research work going on the MD and PhD level here. And my conclusion is more emphasis on the prevention of diabetes, emphasis on the lifestyle modification, and holistic Ayurvedic approaches, including whole, single drugs, and compound formulation should be used. Making patient aware of Ayurvedic mind-body constitution type, conventional and traditional biomedicine integration for better management of diabetes, cooperation of integrative healthcare system along with the government bodies, so that we can give the better patient care. So thank you, this giving me the opportunity for sharing my views.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rajaram Mahato. Any questions if anyone has?
Let's
Thank
move
you
on
very
to
much.
Dr. Lal Goyal. He's already here and we are running late.
Yes.
And thank you, Dr. Rajaram. And
Thank you very much for joining
Thank
us.
you.
Please stay around. That was Dr. Rajaram Mahato from All India Institute of Ayurveda, giving a glimpse of Ayurveda modalities, treatments, and therapies, what is best for the diabetes. It's time to have our regular guest contributor, as well as our senior host, Rotarian Lal Goyal ji. Global Namaste, a very warm welcome and good evening, Rotarian Lal Goyal. Rotarian Lal Goyal ji is the founder and charter president of Rotary Club of Organ Donation International, as well as a chairman of Organ Donation India Foundation and GYAN. And today, on this episode of World Diabetes Day, where we have a theme of diabetes and wellness, Rotarian Lal Goyal ji, what have you lined up for us? And I can also see Dr. Raman Goyal, who is our regular guest contributor. A very warm welcome, Global Namaste to you as well.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Amrita ji. Global Namaste to you and Global Namaste to Mr. Neil Kumar and the entire team of Healing Our Earth. Once again, I must say that you are doing such a noble work by service, I can say, by bringing all these issues which are very, very important for the public at large. And when I am talking, as you have introduced me as the founder and charter president of Rotary Club of Organ Donation International. So today, as we observe World Diabetes Day, it is important to understand not only the impact of diabetes on public health, but also its deep connection with organ donation. Diabetes is one of the fastest growing health challenges in India. What many people do not realize is that diabetes is also a leading cause of organ and tissue failure, especially of the kidneys, heart, liver, and even the eyes. Thousands of patients across our country are on waiting lists, hoping for a life-saving organ transplant. This is where World Diabetes Day becomes extremely important. First, diabetes is the #1 cause of kidney failure. Many patients eventually require dialysis or a kidney transplant to survive. Second, uncontrolled diabetes damages the heart, liver, pancreas, and intestine, increasing the need for heart and liver transplants. So when we spread awareness about diabetes, we are also indirectly promoting the urgent need for organ donation. On this day, we must also clear a very important myth. People with diabetes can donate organs in many cases. Liver, segments, heart valves, skin, and even some organs, even kidney, corneas, still be medically suitable. Every donor can save and heal multiple lives. World Diabetes Days reminds us that preventing diabetes means preventing future organ failures, but it also reminds us that in cases where organ failure does occur, organ donation is the greatest gift we can give. So today, let us take two pledges: to protect our health through regular screening, healthy eating, and physical activity, and to support organ donation so that no life is lost for lack of an organ. World Diabetes Day is not just about awareness. It is a call to action, a call to save lives. World Diabetes Day aligns perfectly with Rotary's core values: service above self, disease prevention, and supporting healthier communities. By promoting better diabetes management, we reduce organ failure. By promoting organ donation, we give the gift of life. And once again, thank you all for listening me patiently, as well as allowing me to again introduce two of the very prominent doctors of India who are specialists in this particular field. I would like to introduce my first panelist guest, and he is Dr. Parnav Ghodi. Dr. Parnav is an American-trained and board-certified endocrinologist at the Wokhard Hospital, Mumbai. He completed his specialization in medicine and super specialization in endocrinology, diabetes, and metabolism from New York, USA, following which he practiced there for 8 years. He is certified by the American board in both internal medicine and endocrinology and holds the distinguished title of Fellow of the American College of Endocrinology. Welcome, Dr. Parnav Ghodi, on our show. Dr. Parnav Ghodi, as today we are celebrating World Diabetes Day, although it was on 14th, but because this program happens every Sunday on different topics. So that's why we have kept it today. Now, as you know, the diabetes is a world phenomenon, but India is the capital of diabetes. And India, everywhere in India, we are having this type of diabetes, which are prevailing all across the country. Now, you being a specialist, we would like to know your views about the diabetes and how you are going to prevent or how you can cure this very, very deadly disease. Because as I told that I am from Organ Donation International, Rotary Club of Organ Donation International, my worry is because people are not aware that the diabetes is one of the main, rather in many cases, main factor for organ failures. So we want that this should be cured so that the root cause, if it will be cured, then definitely we don't require so many organs. So over to you, Dr. Pranav Ghodi.
Thank you, Mr. Lal, for the kind introduction. Let me just start. sharing my screen. Okay, so and thank you for inviting me to talk about this very important topic. And as you mentioned, diabetes is one of the major factors for organ failure. So I'm going to talk a little bit about heart in general, but again about the disease. So can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah. So obviously, one of the biggest reasons we are talking about diabetes is World Diabetes Day just happened recently. But when we talk about our country specifically, we are going through an epidemic of diabetes, and we can see that pictorially. So this is a map of urban India showing the prevalence of diabetes. In 1966. So the states with green have a prevalence of diabetes between 4 to 7, 0 to 4%, and those states in yellow have a prevalence of diabetes between 4 to 7%. When we fast forward to 2023, we see that almost the entire country is blanketed in red color. And red indicates that the prevalence of diabetes is now more than 10%, almost uniformly. So no state is spared. This data is for urban population, but rural India is catching up very fast as well. And so currently, 11% of our country is already affected by diabetes. And that was 2 years ago. The data is 2 years old. So the numbers must have gone up significantly. Another 15% have what we call pre-diabetes, where the blood sugars are already starting to rise. And if we do not intervene, these people are at a very high risk of converting to diabetes and suffering from all the deadly complications that the disease brings with it. And another very important finding that that study had was that 40% of the population has obesity, whether it's generalized obesity as defined by a body mass index more than 25, or waist circumference more than 85 and 90 centimeters. So these people are also at a very high risk for getting pre-diabetes and diabetes if they've not already developed it already. So 26%, a quarter of the population already has some form of glucose abnormality. Sugars are already a little bit high or already have reached diabetic range. And a significant chunk of the population also has obesity, which is a major risk factor for type 2 diabetes. And so, what is diabetes? So diabetes is a chronic condition where the blood sugars levels have already started to rise higher than normal. And this is where the problem comes. The high blood sugars cause the complications. It can occur at any age. Three main types of diabetes is type 1, type 2, and gestational, although various other subtypes have been identified and described, but the most prevalent ones are type 1, type 2, and gestational diabetes. And so type 1 diabetes occurs because of an autoimmune phenomenon. This is where the body thinks the pancreas is a foreign object, like a bacteria or virus, and it starts attacking its own organ, in this case, the pancreas. And this leads to the pancreas not being able to function properly. And the function of the pancreas is to produce insulin. That's one of the most important functions. So the pancreas is not able to generate insulin. The blood sugars start going up, and these people develop diabetes. So for them, this in treatment, insulin, is a life-saving treatment, and they need to take injections multiple times a day or with an insulin pump. This is not caused by poor lifestyle choices. Okay, it is the less common type of diabetes that we deal with, and it is not caused by poor lifestyle choices. This is an autoimmune phenomenon. It occurs typically in young children or young adults, but we also see it in elderly as well. So it can occur at any age. The more common type of diabetes is what we call type 2 diabetes. This is a condition where the body is producing a little bit more insulin, especially in the first few years of the disease. The body is producing more insulin for the most part, but it does not work very well because of insulin resistance. As the years go by, a lot of these people also become insulinopenic, meaning their pancreas produce less and less insulin. But initially, there is a lot of insulin. It just does not work very well. And there are multiple risk factors for this, genetics being the most important one, and then sedentary lifestyle, poor diet, obesity contributes a lot to it. And this is directly linked to lifestyle choices. So we can either prevent it for people that have not developed diabetes, or at least manage it well with better lifestyle changes. Okay, so type 2 diabetes. Now, regardless of which type of diabetes you have, if the blood sugars are high and you've had this disease for a long time, this is the problem. It affects each and every organ in the body. Starting with the top, the brain gets affected. People get stroke because of diabetes. The eyes get affected. People develop a retinopathy, cataracts, lose their vision because of diabetes. You come down to the heart, number one cause of heart attack because of diabetes. And then you get nerve damage, you get ulcers in the feet, poor circulation in the feet, the foot needs to be amputated, sexual problems, pregnancy related complications. So each and every organ gets affected by high blood sugars. And the blood sugar, and that's the reason maintaining the blood sugars is the key to preventing or reducing the risk of these complications. So we'll focus a little bit today on the heart. And why should people be worried? Because people with diabetes have a very high risk of getting a heart disease. More than 2 to 4 times the risk of heart disease as compared to somebody that does not have diabetes. And what forms of heart disease occur is usually heart attack, sudden cardiac death, heart failure, vascular blockages, meaning the blood flow to the legs and other organs gets compromised, stroke. So these are all complications because of diabetes, and occurring at a much higher frequency in people with diabetes as compared to somebody that does not have diabetes. And unfortunately, half of the people with diabetes eventually die from heart related issues. So this is a big burden to the society. And it can be reduced, not fully prevented, but at least can be reduced to a large extent. So diabetes occurs, think of it like a sandpaper. It slowly rubs against your blood vessels, constantly eroding the blood vessel surface and causing problems to the heart. So when we look at it globally, people with diabetes, number one cause of death is heart disease, heart attacks, heart failure, and sudden cardiac deaths. And that's about 20 million cases, 20 million deaths a year. Okay, a staggering number. And then 50% of people, as I had mentioned, die from heart disease that already have diabetes. So the good thing is we can at least reduce them to a large extent by recognizing the signs of diabetes in somebody that does not have diabetes. And so those symptoms are typically frequent urination, frequent thirst, sudden weight loss, wounds that are typically not healing very well, or an infection. Often an infection can be the first symptom of diabetes, or sexual symptoms. So recognizing the symptoms of diabetes is crucial. And a lot of the population, especially in India, do not have, and across the globe also, do not know that they have diabetes. So screening is very important. Rather than just waiting for symptoms to develop, we should be proactive, encouraging family members, friends. So people above the age of 35, 40, they should really be testing their blood sugars at least once a year to ensure that they do not have pre-diabetes or diabetes. So screening is the key. And how can we prevent heart disease in people that already have diabetes? So it comes down to going down to the basics, controlling the risk factors. So risk factors are genetics, lifestyle, but genetics is something that we cannot change. So we have to focus on modifiable risk factors such as diabetes. So we need to control the blood sugars, get A1C around 7% or lower, and use either the traditional method of monitoring blood sugars or newer technology, which is called continuous glucose monitoring, which is a little patch that goes on the arm, and people can monitor their blood sugars much more frequently with it. So that's taking care of diabetes is the first step, but that's not the only thing. We also need to measure and monitor the blood pressure and keep it low. Studies have shown maintaining the blood pressure 130 over 80 and below can reduce heart disease in patients with diabetes. And third most important part is controlling cholesterol. So cholesterol particles over time start sticking in the blood vessels and forming clots and blockages in taking. Most people with diabetes require cholesterol lowering medications, even if their cholesterol levels appear normal in the blood. Especially Asian Indians tend to have what we call small LDL particles, which are very dense, but they tend to stick around and they cause more damage to the blood vessels. So even if the blood cholesterol profile appears normal, if you are a diabetic, cholesterol lowering medication is strongly recommended. So taking care of blood pressure, blood sugar, cholesterol, and then common sense things, eating better, maintaining a healthier lifestyle. And so no single diet has been shown to be superior to another in terms of managing the blood sugars in long term. So my suggestion is usually maintaining a healthy plate where half of the plate is filled with vegetables, quarter plate is filled with protein, and protein deficiency is very common in our population. So having a protein for every meal is recommended. So protein can be dal, soya bean, paneer, tofu. For people, sprouts for the people that eat non-vegetarian food, eggs, chicken, lean meat are all sources of protein. Basically, one protein for every meal and smallest portion of carbohydrates. These are the foods that bring up the blood sugar. So that's rice, pasta, potatoes, corn, roti, paratha. All of these need to be kept in lowest portion as possible. The other thing, exercise, and any kind of exercise is good for people with diabetes. You can start slow. If somebody has not done exercise for a while, you can start with light exercise such as yoga or going for a walk, and then you can slowly graduate to a moderate intensity exercise, something like swimming, playing tennis. And then people that are able to do vigorous intensity exercise, you get the most benefit, something like training for a marathon, going for a run, going to the gym, and bicycling. So the more intense the exercise, the benefits are more, but any exercise is good to start with. And then avoiding smoking. Smoking is also another big risk factor for people, even without diabetes. So if somebody is smoking, cutting that smoking can reduce the risk of heart disease significantly. And then for people that are overweight or obese, maintaining a healthy weight. So trying to reduce the weight at least by 10% can help bring the blood sugars better, reduce complications, especially heart disease. So along with these changes, there are a few other things that can help out. So in the last decade or so, there have been new medications, at least two specific type of medications that have shown to benefit the heart. So these are all diabetic medications, but they have this added benefit of protecting the heart. So first class is what we call SGLT2 inhibitors. There have been a few of them already out, empagliflozin, dapagliflozin. Brand names are Jardiance or Forxiga. And the way they work is they make you pee out extra sugar in the urine. So they are obviously going to lower the blood sugars, but studies have consistently demonstrated that they protect the heart and kidneys. So that's an extra bonus. And the second class of medications that are beneficial for the heart are what we call the GLP-1 receptor agonists. So semaglutide, which is a brand name Ozempic, Ribelsis, liraglutide, Victoza, or tirzepatide, Munjaro. So even though they are in the news for obesity related things lately, but they are originally diabetic medications. And there are multiple ways that they work. One of the most important ways is they help your pancreas produce more insulin. They also work on the appetite center in the brain, and that's how they regulate the appetite and help people lose weight. But again, studies have shown that they protect the heart, along with obviously causing some degree of weight loss. So, consistent benefits, the SGLT2 inhibitors, 30% reduction in heart failure. So, if you're somebody who keeps on going to the hospital because of fluid in your lungs, because of heart failure, these medications can reduce that by about 30%. And the GLP-1 agonist, mostly injections, they also reduce the risk of heart attack and strokes and help you achieve 10 to 15% of weight loss, which comes with additional benefits such as improvements in blood pressure and cholesterol. And so these medications are now recommended as standard of care for most people with diabetes, and this is globally, including India. Most of the medical organizations recommend them first line, second line for patients with diabetes. So medicines obviously help, but lifestyle, as I mentioned, they need to be followed. So reducing the weight, walking more, better eating, cutting out sugar and sugary drinks. Those caffeinated sugary drinks really can help get the blood sugars under control. And most importantly, getting regular blood screening done, checkups done to screen for diabetes. Uh, so I'm going to conclude here. So diabetes is very common. Almost everybody in the audience knows somebody that has diabetes and may have seen some devastating complications that unfortunately come with the disease. So, but the disease is manageable, especially if started from the beginning when diagnosis is done. We can protect the heart with lifestyle changes, which I mentioned, and using the right kind of medications that have an additional benefit on top of that, and controlling the risk factors, which is blood sugar, blood pressure, cholesterol, weight, and avoiding smoking. And most important for people that do not get screenings done, we really need to encourage everybody to get tested for diabetes at least once a year after the age of 35, 40, even earlier if they have risk factors. And I'm going to end here. And if anybody has any questions. Sorry, I think you're muted, Dr.
Yeah, sorry. Thank you very much, Dr. Pranam, for giving your views in a very proper way. One question somebody has asked, I just seen on the screen, whether these medicines which you have mentioned, Ozempic or the Munjaro, etc., are available over the counter or it's been prescribed by the doctor?
So in India, as you know, a lot of medications are available over the counter. People can go and buy anything that they want. But I would not encourage people to do that. So they have benefits, but they also, like any other medication, they can have certain side effects or something. So best to discuss it with your doctor, which medication is suitable for you. Sometimes the other medications, if somebody is already a diabetic, certain medications may need to be reduced once these medications are started.
Okay, thank you very much. Dr. Anukul wants to ask a question. Yes, doctor.
Sure.
Just have one question. In general management of diabetes, is there any racial or genetic predisposition for treating the condition in specific ways? Is it the same line of treatment that would you give by chemotherapy in those who are Asians as opposed to who are non-Asians?
No, very good question, sir. No, there is definitely a racial difference, the ethnic difference, especially in our population, Asian Indians. certain medications like DPP-4 inhibitors tend to provide a more greater A1C reduction. So when we look at the worldwide studies, their A1C reductions, for an example, were 0.8, 0.8 to 0.9 at the most. In Indian studies, they tend to give more than that, 1.2, 1.3. So definitely a more pronounced effect in our population. Plus, as a population, we tend to eat more carbohydrates. So medications that have a more effect on postprandial, after meal blood sugars, they tend to work better in our population. But the effects of these cardiac benefits have been replicated in Indian studies. So for the SGLT2 inhibitors, so those work across the board for all ethnic groups. But yes, there are certain definitely ethnic variations in our population, because we tend to get diabetes at a much smaller BMI, much less weight. We get heart disease much earlier on because of ethnic factors, genetics. So definitely management also changes accordingly.
If there are associated complications, there are also
Yeah.
variations in the type of treatment in the two racial groups, if I would say.
Yeah, so there are actually ongoing studies regarding that. There are early signs indicate that so type 2 diabetes is a very heterogeneous disease. So some people may have very insulin resistant picture, some may have where the pancreas is producing less insulin. So there are different categories. Those studies are ongoing, and they've shown that complications tend to occur differently in these groups as well. So again, it's mostly a heterogeneous disease. We tend to clump them together, but probably over time we'll realize that some people need to be screened more aggressively for certain complications. But that will probably take another few years.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Anukul. Dr. Anjali would like to ask a question.
Thank you, Dr. Pranav. That was a very interesting topic. My question is about Ozempic and gastroparesis. We see a lot of patients complaining about, the food motility issues or the gut motility issues with Ozempic.
Yeah. So this is a known effect of Ozempic and that class, the entire GLP-1 class. One of the effects, as I had mentioned, is it makes your pancreas produce insulin. But the second effect is it slows down the gastric emptying. And so food moves very slowly through the stomach and the small intestine. And that also is one of the reasons why people feel full after taking these injections earlier. So the caloric intake goes down. One of the mechanisms is this, because the gastric emptying is slowed down. So for most people, we use it as an advantage. And that can help reduce the weight. But obviously, some people they cannot tolerate it, especially people who have pre-existing diabetic neuropathy or may have autonomic neuropathy, pre-existing gastroparesis. This can sort of aggravate it, and that's the reason it is best to be, these medications are best to be taken with the consultation of a doctor rather than over the counter.
Thank you, doctor.
Thank you, Dr. Anjali. And one viewer has asked, are there any side effects of these medicines, Monjaro or Ozempic?
Yeah, so one of the side effects, as Dr. Anjali had asked, is that the food tends to stick around longer, so people feel full. And the most common side effects are related to this action. So nausea, vomiting, occasionally diarrhea or constipation. These are the most common side effects that we get with these class of medications, especially early on, and gradually they sort of get better as people take it for a longer duration. There are obviously rare complications, pancreatitis. So inflammation of the pancreas can occur uniformly with the entire class of medications, but it's fairly rare, 1% or so. And for patients that have a rare type of thyroid cancer, what we call medullary thyroid cancer, these cannot be given because animal studies have shown an increased incidence of these kind of cancers. So rare side effects, but they do occur, and that's the reason best to be taken with the consultation of a doctor.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Pranav. Be there. Now I would like to move to my next panelist guest, and he is Rotarian Dr. Raman Goyal. Rotarian Dr. Raman Goyal is MS, FRCS, FAS, MBS. He is a pioneer in diabetes and a bariatric surgeon from Mumbai. He is the director of the Center of Excellence in Bariatric and Metabolic Surgery at Wokhard Hospital, Mumbai. He is the founder president of the Diabetes Surgery Foundation. He is a member of the Specialists Board, National Board of Examination, Government of India. He is the founder editor of the Journal of Bariatric Surgery. He has over 40 research publications and book chapters. He is the chief trustee of the Indian Association of Gastrointestinal Endosurgeons, IAGES. He is a pioneer, a teacher, and a thought leader. Welcome, Rotarian Dr. Aman Goyal, on our show. We are celebrating World Diabetes Days. Word celebration is not correct, but yes, we are observing, one can say, because there is nothing to celebrate. It is something which is giving a very, very bad impact, especially in India, where so many people are dying because of organ failures due to the diabetes and other things. Now, you are being a diabetic surgeon yourself, and you are doing lots of surgery. We would like to know your views on this World Diabetic Day, and what are your views, prevention, cure, and how, what is the road ahead, at least for India, to see to it that we should get the diabetes reduced drastically in our country. Over to you, Dr. Rotarian Dr. Ramin Goyal.
Thank you, Mr. Lal. It's my third time that I'm on this platform, and I've been emphasizing role of diabetes surgery. So today I thought we'll make it a little different. I'll start my presentation. I don't know whether I'm in a position to reduce the diabetes.
You can share it.
Yeah, diabetes prevalence in the country, because that's the job of the politicians and the leaders, the professionals. But what I can talk about is definitely another treatment modality for diabetes, probably the most effective treatment modality for diabetes. I'll keep the data very less, and I'll let the patients speak about their experience after diabetes surgery, because this is comparatively new. Just in 2022 December, we started doing this, so there are hardly 3 years, and there's a lot of skepticism. But let me be very clear that the prevention of diabetes remains through lifestyle changes. I partly heard the talk on the natural therapy or Ayurvedic therapy of diabetes. I think lifestyle changes remain the basic management of diabetes, followed by medical management. But the fact remains that more than 77% of those patients who are on treatment in India remain uncontrolled. They remain uncontrolled for various reasons. Either they can't afford the treatment, or they are not aware that they have diabetes, or they are not in a position to continue the treatment because they are too busy with their work. And thus they end up with kind of complications that Dr. Pranav Godi just mentioned. The deadly ones like heart problems, or even worse, somebody having an amputation of a lower limb and they are losing their limbs and they lose their livelihood. So today, as I said, I'm not going to talk much. I let my patients who had this surgery they chose to have this surgery talk about. These are just 1 or 2 minutes clip each, and I seek your indulgence to hear it out.
हेलो, मेरा नाम मौज़म डोंगरकर है और मैं प्रोफेशन से सॉफ्टवेयर इंजीनियर हूँ। और मुझे शुरू से ही मतलब मेरी उम्र की 25 साल से मुझे डायबिटीज़ का इशू था। आज मेरी उम्र 46 ईयर्स है, और इस टाइम मेरी जो शुगर थी वो 500 से 600 की रेंज में थी। फिर मैं और काफ़ी प्रॉब्लम हो रहे थे, जैसे चक्कर वगैरह आना, वो सब हो रहा था, इश्यू हो रहे थे। तो मैंने रमेन गोयल सर के वीडियो देखे यूट्यूब पे और फिर उनको फॉलो किया, उनकी टीम को फॉलो किया और यहाँ आके कुछ प्री टेस्ट किए और सर ने फिर मुझे वो डायबिटिक सर्जरी के बारे में सजेस्ट किया और मैंने वो सर्जरी की। तो सर्जरी से पहले मेरी शुगर, जैसे कि मैंने आपको बताया, 500 टू 600 की रेंज में थी और मेरी HbA1c जो है वो 12.5 थी। लेकिन जैसे ही सर्जरी किया दूसरे दिन से मेरी शुगर डाउन होना शुरू हो गई और आज की डेट में मेरी जो HbA1c है वो 12.5 से 6.5 आ गई है। 6 मंथ हो चुके हैं और 6 मंथ के अंदर मुझे काफ़ी अच्छा रिजल्ट मिला। 6.5 की मेरी HbA1c हो गई और शुगर लेवल मेरी 120 से 150 के रेंज में है और सर ने बोला कि ये और इम्प्रूव हो जाएंगे। तो और मैं जो बाकी जो इश्यूज है डायबिटीज की वजह से, वो भी मेरे ऑलमोस्ट सॉल्व हो गए हैं और अच्छी इम्प्रूवमेंट है। तो मुझे यहाँ आके बहुत ही अच्छे रिजल्ट मिले सर्जरी के।
So basically, the very highly educated people, he works in United Arab Emirates. He's a software engineer himself. They are helpless with this disease. Even with insulin, everything, his HbA1c was 12.5. Dr. Pranav Godi just mentioned of the most effective therapy that has come in the form of Ozempic or Mounjaro. That also reduces HbA1c by 2 to 2.5. Here we are talking of reduction of HbA1c by 6 within 6 months. And this is likely to remain like this for rest of his life without insulin. Now, this is what people have to realize. Just because it is new, obviously there'll be doubters who will raise doubts, but this has been accepted by medical community, by the American Diabetes Association, by British Society, and by all other international bodies as one of the treatment modality.
Hello, I'm Sridhar Pai from Mumbai. I was having diabetes, which was out of control, particularly after COVID, when I had to take steroid for 7 days. My blood sugar has gone for toss. And after that, I tried 2-3 years for so many different doctors to control my diabetes. But it has gone so high that it has caused around 550. And in the night, it has come down to around 40. So end of the day, I just realized it is going out of control. Then I contacted Dr. Goel, and he told me you have to go through certain tests. If we have to operate, then those parameter has to be within that range. And according to his guidance, I gone for the test, and fortunately, I was eligible for the operation. So I got it operated on 19th December 2022. That day, I lost, within a week, I lost around 25 kg. But slowly and gradually, I started improving myself. And now I'm absolutely fit. Now my weight is around 72 kg. When I was operated, it is around 90 kg. And at my latest report for last 3 months back, all parameters are absolutely normal and with hardly any medicine, just precautionary medicine. But all my life, I am 67 now, and all my life is I'm enjoying my life. I advise the people who is suffering like this, please give a thought on this operation, whereas you has got chance to have a normal life and happy life. Thank you so much. Hello, I'm Sridhar Pai.
So persons like them who undergo surgery, they actually ask us, why more patients are not coming to you? Why more people who are so well informed and who can afford this surgery are not getting this surgery done? And that's why they come forward to give this kind of testimonial. There are many very well known, let's call them celebrities, people who have undergone this surgery, but they are scared to come in open to talk about their treatment and how it has changed their lives. But these are the guys who agreed that they want their videos to be played out without hiding their identity, because they want message to go. This lady from north, from Uttar Pradesh, came with her son, who is a pharmacist, and listen to them. It's very interesting.
मैं उत्तर प्रदेश से हूँ, डिस्ट्रिक्ट संत रविदास नगर भदोही से, और औराई में मेरा मकान है। मैं हमारी माता जी हैं। हमारे माता जी को पिछले नियर अबाउट 10 वर्षों से डायबिटीज था, और हमें किसी तरह से नेट के जरिए पता चला, फेसबुक के जरिए, कि शायद वकार्ड हॉस्पिटल मुंबई में डॉक्टर रमन गोयल सर शुगर के लिए बैरियाट्रिक सर्जरी वगैरह करते हैं। तो पता लगाते लगाते मैंने यहाँ पे आया, और शुगर के लिए सर जी ने मेटाबॉलिक बाईपास सर्जरी कर दिया, और सर्जरी करने के पहले दिन से ही मेरी माता जी का इंसुलिन बंद हो गया, जो कि इनको डेली जो है 40 से 50 यूनिट इंसुलिन लगता था, और 3-4 ग्राम जो है 3-4 mg का इनको गिल्मीफ्राइड टेबलेट खाना पड़ता था। वो सब सारी दवाइयाँ बंद हो चुकी है। शुगर इनका एकदम नॉर्मल हो गया है। ऑपरेशन कराने से मैं बहुत संतुष्ट और खुश हूँ। डॉक्टर साहब को तहे दिल से धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूँ कि इन्होंने ऑपरेशन करके मेरी माता जी का लाइफ में काफी जो है सुधार किया।
मैम, हम बहुत खुश हैं। हमको दवाई बहुत ज्यादा खाना पड़ता था, और इंसुलिन और सुई दोनों इधर लगाना पड़ता था, मतलब पेट में। सब कुछ बंद है। हम बहुत खुश हैं मैम। आप लोग हमारा इलाज करके हमको संतुष्ट कर दिए। हम बहुत खुश हैं। हम बहुत दूर से आए हैं मैम। अब ऐसा हमको लगता है कि हमको कुछ हुआ ही नहीं है।
So it's not about education. It's more about awareness, how people take this kind of development. We have people who have come all the way from Brazil, the CEOs of companies, big companies, uh, who have come all the way only for diabetes control and have benefited from it. Obviously, they don't want to come and out in picture. They are known people, because this surgery, almost 80% patients will have normal fasting glucose without medicine within a year's time. And even after 10 years, 1/3 of them will remain off medicine, and all of them will remain HbA1c below 7. So this is the kind of change that is seen. It's obviously not for everyone. We have 11 crore Indians who have diabetes, but for those who are not able to control it well despite the best treatment by physicians or endocrinologists, because their disease is bad. It's not that the treatment is not good. And those who have a very high risk situation, and also who qualify, as Mr. Pai has mentioned, there are certain tests to see whether they can qualify for surgery. They are the ones where the surgery should be done and can give good results. It leads to reduction of heart attacks by almost 90%. It reduces brain stroke reduction by 75% and death reduction by 75%. Then blindness goes by 2/3. Limb amputation goes down by almost 80%. Heart failure reduced by almost 80%. So across the complications that can happen with diabetes, those complications can go down. And because of this control of diabetes, even for 1 year, the complication reduced by almost 20%. This is all scientific data. Just because it's coming from India doesn't mean that it's of any less value scientifically, because this is published in the best journals in the world. And because of these, the life expectancy of a diabetic patient is likely to increase by 9 years. As Dr. Pranav was saying, that the diabetic patients die due to heart attacks. The heart attack risk reduced by 56%, when we do a surgery like this. And that's why they live longer. And this is not only guidelines in India. This is British guidelines which have been published. These are nice guidelines that any person of Asian origin in UK, if the BMI is 27.5 and diabetes is there, uncontrolled diabetes, then they can have a surgery in NHS. I'll play one or two more videos to show you.
फ्रेंड्स, मेरा नाम आयशा फारूक डांगे, मैं कराड़ से हूँ। मुझे शुगर की बीमारी थी, शुगर की तकलीफ थी, कोलेस्ट्रॉल हाई कोलेस्ट्रॉल था, मुझे वेट इतना ओवर वेट थी, मैं चल नहीं पाती थी, मेरा नी पेन होता था, बहुत सारी तकलीफें थी। फिर मेरे एक फ्रेंड के जरिए से मुझे पता चला सर के बारे में कि ऑपरेशन होता है, और सीरियसली मुझे इतना अच्छा रिजल्ट आया इसका, मेरा वेट कम हुआ, प्लस मेरा शुगर की गोली बंद हो गई, और मेरा कोलेस्ट्रॉल भी नॉर्मल है, और मैं एकदम आसानी से नॉर्मल लाइफ जी सकती हूँ। प्लस मेरे बेटे की शादी थी अभी रिसेंटली, तो जब भी मुझे हर कोई कमेंट करता था, बहुत वेट लूज हुआ और बहुत अच्छे एनर्जेटिक फील हो रहा था, और वैसा महसूस भी हो रहा था, सब लोग मुझे तारीफ कर रहे थे, और आई एम वेरी हैप्पी। थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू मैम, आपने मुझे
So these are transformative surgeries. It's not about diabetes alone, and it affects not only the patient but the entire family. Now I play the next video where mother has undergone surgery, and look at the happiness on the face of his son. Her son.
मेरा नाम रूपा व्यास है, मैं 51 ईयर है मेरा, और मेरा ऑपरेशन को भी 7 महीना हो गया है, लेकिन 7 महीने पहले जो मैं जिंदगी जी रही थी उससे अभी बहुत बेटर जी रही हूँ, क्योंकि 7 महीने पहले जो मेरी कंडीशन थी, मैं बेड से उठ नहीं पा रही थी, या कुछ खाना बनाना है तो नहीं बना सकती थी, घर में हर काम के लिए मेड थी, क्योंकि मैं नहीं कर पा रही थी। मैं घर की सीढ़ी शायद महीने में एक आध बार जा रही थी नीचे मंदिर में, कोई फंक्शन में अटेंड नहीं कर रही थी, क्योंकि मेरी बॉडी, मुझे ये बहुत ही वीकनेस था मेरे शरीर में, और बीपी इतना, शुगर इतना, 500 के अब शुगर रहता था मेरा। तो मुझे ये ऑपरेशन का पता चला कि इधर ऐसा हो रहा है, गोयल सर है, तो हमने आके इधर किया ऑपरेशन। मैडम ने भी हमें बहुत सपोर्ट किया, सब ने सपोर्ट बहुत ही किया, और आज मेरा ऑपरेशन होके मैं 28 केजी लेस हूँ। तो मुझे उसके बाद इतना अच्छा लग रहा है कि चलो मेरी जिंदगी पूरी चेंज हो गई। आज मैंने मेड निकाल दिए घर से, मैं खुद खाना बना रही हूँ, दिन में 2-4 बार तो नीचे जाती हूँ, दिन में 1-2 घंटा मैं चलती हूँ। अगर कोई चीज घर में नहीं है तो पहला मैं ही भागती हूँ लेने के लिए कि चलो चलो मुझे जाना है, यानी मुझे कोई कंटाला नहीं है, आलस नहीं है शरीर में, और मेरा रिपोर्ट भी सब नॉर्मल है। तो मैं तो सर का और मैम का सबका बहुत शुक्रिया अदा
और
करती हूँ।
पहले तो कैसे होता था ना कि मतलब मम्मी उठो, 9-10 बज गए फिर भी उठेंगे नहीं, क्योंकि शुगर के चल रहा था वैसे, तो उसकी वजह से डिस्टर्ब रहते थे, फैमिली पूरी डिस्टर्ब रहती थी, क्योंकि कोई मम्मी है ही नहीं, ऐसे हम लोग रहते थे, क्योंकि वो कभी किसी प्रोग्राम में नहीं, किसी कोई फंक्शन में अटेंड नहीं, कुछ नहीं। अभी तो पकड़ना पड़ता है, अरे यार रुक जाओ, नहीं जाना है, देखते कल जाएंगे, नहीं नहीं चलो जाना है। अभी भी हम लोग हॉस्पिटल आए हुए हैं, इवनिंग में एक प्रोग्राम है, शी इज रेडी फॉर दैट, चलो जाएंगे। और पहले कभी नहीं। अब जब हमारा बॉर्न हुआ था, हम शायद मुझे लगता है 93 मेरा बॉर्न, उसके पहले एक बार गांव आए थे, विलेज गुजरात, उसके बाद कभी नहीं गए थे, और लास्ट 2 ईयर से मैं खुद लेके जा रहा हूँ। मीन्स वो रेडी है कि चलो जाना है, मैं आ रही हूँ।
यानी ऑपरेशन के बाद में फर्स्ट टाइम गई गाँव।
फर्स्ट टाइम गाँव गए इतने साल के बाद, आफ्टर 30 ईयर्स। सो ये इम्प्रूवमेंट दिख गई, तो हम लोग अभी खुश है, अच्छा लग रहा है थोड़ा।
थैंक यू।
So, friends, I just want to conclude today because it's very important that it's not necessary कि हमें we need to hear it from patients. We must learn to believe in science. The word may not have spread to many places it has not spread to many places in India, in UK and other places, maybe a little slower to pick up because the surgeries have started from India now on for diabetes, but it's just a matter of time. The benefit of this surgery is so substantial that if anybody has diabetes which is uncontrolled in the family, one should not have a second thought. Obviously, surgery is surgery. Nobody can say that surgery will be 100% safe, but it is much better than managing that person for next 20 years on diabetes and end up with multiple complications. It's better to have one-time treatment. It's just about 1.5 hour surgery and about 2 days of hospitalization, and can transform the life of patient for very long time. So thank you so much for giving this opportunity. Since this platform has been kind enough to allow me to come here third time, I thought I must put it out. This is first time I'm showing my patient's video on any platform, because I have realized the impact of patients' happiness is much more than just the cold statistics on a slide.
Thank you very much, Rotarian Dr. Raman Goyal, for giving information, and special thanks that you have shown the videos of the patients' testimonies, which are really very impressive. There is a question from some viewer has asked the question whether this surgery can be done for two types diabetes or not.
This is for type 2 diabetes. This is definitely not for type 1 diabetes. In type 1 diabetes, as Dr. Pranav was saying, is very different. There are antibodies against pancreas, so that there the surgery will not work. But the majority of patients have type 2 diabetes. Almost 90% of them have type 2 diabetes. So for them, this is a good option.
Okay, thank you very much. Dr. Ankul would like to ask a question.
Yes. A slightly technical question over here. How do you make the decision about what type of bariatric surgery you would like to go for? Is it a restrictive type or malabsorptive type, or is a combination type? I know it's a bit technical, but one of the things that I have come across with some of the patients who say, my appetite has gone down, I cannot eat much, and there are a lot of psychological changes which may also appear, but they undergo lots of psychological assessment as well.
Yeah, excellent question, Dr. Anukul, because this is something that one gradually learns over a period of time. Scientifically, sleeve or bypass, these are two types of procedures. Both have similar results for diabetes control. All right. In long-term studies, some surgeon may quote otherwise, but all long-term studies says that sleeve gives equally good control of blood sugar as a bypass. But there are other considerations. So if somebody has acidity or reflux disease, then I would not do a sleeve. Then I would do a bypass. But if that is not there, but if somebody is a smoker, then I will not do a bypass. Or if somebody is an alcoholic, then I will not do a bypass. So there are multiple issues. If somebody has an irritable bowel disease, then I will not do a bypass. So these are more individualized consideration based on assessment, and also assessment of their pancreatic function. This is what Mr. Pai was mentioning in his testimonial, that we do certain assessments. So we do certain assessment to see the before surgery pancreatic function, because we know that by the time diabetes is diagnosed, 50% of pancreatic function is gone. And we can only do this surgery if pancreas is functioning. So we assess those tests and only the pancreatic function, and only then we say that we can offer this surgery. So multiple things, and then based on that, we also decide which procedure to do. So if the pancreatic function is good, then I can do sleeve or bypass, either one of them. But if pancreatic function is bad, then I will prefer to do a bypass.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor.
Psychological issues and other issues about appetite, obviously that is one of the reason, because this is primarily a bariatric surgery. So appetite does go down because these are gut hormones, the same which are used in Ozempic. So appetite does go down, but it's a very small compromise for a patient or the family, where they are seeing their mother gradually going down, suffering from taking insulin injection 3 times a day, getting poked to check blood sugar another 3 times a day. This is a very small side effect or compromise they have to make, but generally they overcome with our psychologist support, within a month's time, they are positive again.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rotarian Dr. Raman Goyal, for giving all your views as well as the answers of Dr. Anukul. So that's all from my side. You have any question, Amrita, you can ask.
Thank you, Rotarian Lal Goyal ji. That was a good talk, Dr. Raman. I wanted to ask you, what's your take on today's time of foods for sugar-free Diet Coke, sugar-free ice creams? I think it has a lot of sugar. But what's your take on that? Like, is it recommended, commercial, beneficial?
Everything together, if you have to consume something sweet, then obviously you should avoid sugar. Now, if you cannot have let's say a tea or coffee without sugar or without any sweetener, then you will need something. Then it's better to have a sweetener instead of sugar. But the best thing would be neither to have sweetener nor to have sugar. But that requires a lot of mental toughness and not easy for everyone. So I think it's a gradual thing. People can start using safe sweeteners initially, reduce the quantity of those gradually, and maybe over 1 or 2 or 3 years, completely go off sweeteners, because some of the sweeteners have the same impact because they attach to the same receptors in the intestine, which so though you don't get calories, but the impact of sweetener is the same like sugar. So it's not really the best solution. Best solution is to avoid sugar and sweeteners both.
Thank you. Another question, which sugar do you suggest people to take? Palm sugar, date sugar. There's so many kinds of sugars which are derived from plant sources.
I think this
What's
is
your
more
recommendation?
of our own mental satisfaction, because there is not much of a difference except little bit of fiber in it. The calories are the same. So I know of people who prefer palm sugar, some people prefer date sugar. They are more natural because if you're using dates in a milkshake or something, it's much better because it seems natural. But ultimately, the amount of calories they release is the same. So whether it's fructose or sucrose, they are the same. So I think again coming back, avoid any kind of sweetener or sugar is the best way. You seem to be amused, but this is the way to be it, because most of the products which are saying no sugar have some alternative sugar in it. So when you read a label, you realize they are using other names, products which are almost having the same amount of calories through the carbohydrates or sugar that they use. So I am very particular, not for myself, but to say that we must gradually, and nobody can suddenly stop in a day. So it's a gradual work in process type of thing, that if somebody can give up sugars in 5 years also, it's a big achievement.
Yeah, giving up chocolates and gulab jamuns and bakeries and cookies is a tough job. Well, so I can see Dr. Pranav as well as Neetu smiling, and we'll be taking up their comments as well. Um, and to build resilience for that itself is a very big task for the mental health achievement. Um, Dr. Anjali, any questions you would like to put forward before we move further? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Amrita. Thank you, Dr. Goyal. It was a very interesting topic. My question is, how do we address, surgery-related, cravings? So I've seen patients crave for food, and what is your advice for them? Like after the bariatric surgery, they really want to eat everything.
Yeah, absolutely. So one need to understand two things. There is a psychological aspect there is a dietary aspect, and there is a physiological aspect. Dietary aspect is that if they are eating more carbohydrates after surgery, they will have more hunger, and they will be hungry again and again, and they will have more cravings. If they are eating more proteins, the cravings will be less. So this is one part of it. Second part of it is that if their sugars are low, then there is neuroglycopenia. That means the sugars in the brain is less, and they will have more craving for sugars. So completely switching off carbohydrate in any diet is bad. They must get some balanced diet that their blood sugar remains within normal range and the cravings are less. And the third thing is psychological. Just now Amrita mentioned about chocolates and gulab jamuns. We have wired our brain to crave for some things. Now, we are not born with it, but we have been wired by our parents or by ourselves, and they are not easy to give up. So whether bariatric surgery is done or not done, those cravings will remain even after bariatric surgery is done, unless you allow me to do a neurosurgery or brain surgery and take out those centers. So I don't think that's the solution. Uh, Psychological support, a support by the bariatric program and by the nutritionists and psychologists together can bring about a lot of benefit. And I mean, Dr. Pranav sees our patients on regular basis, so he knows that the program support is so important, because this remains an issue with some of the patients who are eating ice creams twice a day or chocolates, a whole bar of chocolate other day, and they still crave for that. Bariatric surgery is not a magic pill, and everything doesn't change. So we need to support them to give them up gradually.
One pressing
Thank you.
question. One
Yes,
pressing
yes.
question. This is primarily for Dr. Pranav Ghori. Is there any difference in the insulin and sugar levels when you take sweeteners versus sugars?
There is slight, mostly this is animal data. So there is a slight difference in terms of you will get a bigger spike in blood sugars with the sugar itself as compared to the artificial sweeteners. And that's the reason a lot of these companies switch to artificial sweeteners. But that is just one part of the equation. As Dr. Raman had mentioned, insulin response is just one thing. We are looking at a lot of other effects that come with these, and there are signals in these studies that long-term consuming these artificial sweeteners can have consequences to the other organs. So yeah, there is a difference. Sugar obviously produces a bigger spike in the insulin response as compared to these artificial sweeteners.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pranav. I also have a question before we move to Dr. Venkat Joshiji and his guests, and we'll have a quick comment from Neetu as well. Dr. Pranav, I wanted to ask you, what's your take on visceral signaling? And do you believe that gut-brain axis plays a big role in this? Because Dr. Raman also mentioned about psychology, and there's a lot of work in relation to gut-brain axis. What's your take? Thank you.
Yeah, it definitely there is a big role there. The science is evolving. So the microbiome, the gut microbiome, has a major role in diabetes itself, the disease, as well as probably the data is indicating that a lot of other diseases, lifestyle diseases, are caused by changes in the gut microbiome. So definitely, it's a second nervous system in our body, and but I think we don't have the entire story yet. Science evolves over time, so in a few years we'll get a little better picture as to what can we do about it. So right now the role of prebiotics, probiotics, that's all altering the gut microbiome. There is some benefit to it using those, but it's not going to fully replace standard medical therapy. But yeah, it can be useful as an adjunct therapy in certain cases. But so yeah, science gradually will have, but it is a major role.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Neetu, your comment from what you said and what you have heard before we move to Dr. Venkat Joshi. Over to you. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, the question about biscuits has come up yesterday as well in our talk on Nagricha Radio around diabetes. So when I delivered a diabetes prevention program with NHS, which was very holistic again, we all came up with a plan to make small sustainable changes. So slowly cutting down on biscuit intake. And because biscuit and tea marries very well, isn't it? They go along together. So the idea was to slowly cut down on both of them together from, let's say, for example, from 4 biscuits to 3 and so on, so that we give our body and mind that time, that pause to adapt with this new routine, because changes can be stressful, isn't it? And we all know with regards to taste buds as well, it can take time to develop new taste buds. And I completely agree with Dr. Raman as well. It's about, psychological support. So I do offer a lot of support in mindful eating, and we look into gut-brain axis, gut microbiome, and what sort of strategies, psychological strategies we can put in place. One of the very popular one, which is evidence-based strategy that I usually use and my clients find very helpful, is called the RAIN strategy. So it's the acronym RAIN, which is recognizing cravings or hunger, acknowledging or allowing, just let those cravings to be around, take them as a wave that is coming and going away. Then investigate. So why these cravings might be lingering around, How am I eating during the day? Where are they coming from? And then nurturing. So rather than trying to push them back and get into that to and fro, juggling there, rather than that, nourish them with healthy, balanced meal can really help. So this is something that has helped many clients. Yeah. With regards to chocolates as well, slowly taking small steps to maybe moving from, in regards to the amount of cocoa in the chocolate. So slowly going up on the percentages from 30% to 40 to 70 and so on, because we do have lots of studies highlighting there are some good health benefits as well when we come to darker chocolate. So good for gut microbiome. So again, small sustainable changes, I guess, can be helpful.
Thank you. That's amazing. So Neetu's advice is to cut down the size of the cookies before you buy on your plate, and also the size of the gulab jamuns and the mithais that we also take. So
do you think,
these...
Amrita, the size of gulab jamun can be cut? The size of gulab jamun will remain same.
Maybe what we can do is we can bring them as part of our healthy balanced diet to begin with, rather than having them separately as snacks. Because yesterday again, we touched on this, the right balance between snacks and meals. So the snacks, if we try and choose balanced snacks rather than only sweet as a snack, and we bring in our sweet foods to our meal. So do you know, in olden time, we used to have 2 course, 3 course. With modern busy lifestyle, we are now cut down onto 1 course. And that 1 course is getting bigger and bigger. So how about balancing it, bringing our sweets or desserts as part of our main meal, so we don't have the same blood glucose spike as we have if we consume them separately. And then for snacking, we can choose balanced snack, which still have healthy carbs, proteins, and healthy fats.
Thank you. Global Namaste, Dr. Venkat Joshi ji, your final comments with the conversation before we move on to you. Thank you.
Namaste. Thank you, Dr. Amrita ji, Neil ji, and the wonderful team. As usual, Global Namaste to you all. Yes, when I'm hearing about this burning issues, day by day, the problems are increasing of this health. And we have to understand from Ayurveda's point of view, because it is an approach which is completely holistic, and the complexity of our body and our body functions. We have to understand with the simplicity of what principles or these governing principles are there for our biophysiology. Because if you look into the pool of this metabolism, the carbohydrates, amino acids, fatty acids are the 3 major pillars of these pathways, which we cannot just cut one thing and then try to bring Atkins diet or any other diet to restore back our own energies. That's not possible, because body is a wise machine or complexity of our systems, where there is a mutual coexisting coordinations are possible. When we look into the diabetic criteria from these different organizations from USA, and there is a different norms of these patterns for the ranges of these glucose spikes or this the blood sugar measurements are being varying. Why does these huge variations coming out from the data of the metadata of the research is being done? The reasons are obvious, because if you are like a vata constitutional person, a person like, I just want to say, like the some active animalistic models, for example, they are flatting birds, for example, how birds are chirping and active and very light and then very dynamic in this metabolic pathways. That means the sugar pumping requires from this mitochondria or cellular metabolism, this quick replenishment and quick demand for the sugar is very high into those active brains or active body. So body mechanism is understood in Ayurveda from the aspect of constitutional diversities, and whether it is a vata or pitta or kapha as a pooling energies, and then dualistic pathways, and then into the fixations of this genomic bio frameworks, which will work as it demands the sugars timely. So what we are trying to understand here is to balance it rather than to cut down something and try to build back the physiological norms. It doesn't possible. So if you look into the pancreas, and I understand that how significant this pancreas in human body is in conjunction with the gut, because gut primarily gut liver brain axis, or this how the pancreas responds in between, because there is an exocrine pooling system into the duodenal junction where the gut sensitivity is being restored, and the sweetness is the first aspect of this post digestive chain, which is prepared in Ayurveda point of view is a madhuravastha or amlavastha, pachamana, katuavastha, the state which is variations are there. So something is just a carbohydrate, it's just chewing and chewing in the mouth. It turns into the sweetness as a means of saliva interactions. So this is the way the first phase of these enzymes and hormones are relentlessly transforming this sugar phase or the sweet phase. For enabling Ayurveda point of view is the kapha energy. So understanding these pancreatic influences in Ayurveda, it is called something like a regular control from the pituitary axis from the point of view, and then the thirst means signals. The thirst or the signals of these water pool channels. For example, in physiology in the blood, what is that the saliva and its consistency, and as a means of measurements being done for the water as a source of like kidney functions, filtrations, and then see the color of the urine, whether it is completely straw color, and then relatively it's not darker, or the sweating as a means of exercise induced sweating process. So the measurements in Ayurveda are the pooling of these liquids which are coming out from the lymphatic system, plasmatic or the blood or saliva, and all these copious secretions are being measured as a unitary basis for the control of this fire means of pancreatic functions in our Ayurveda, which is known as a coloma. So this complexity of understanding the lung field, pituitary, and then the gallbladder, the three significant areas for the signs and symptoms of this thirst driven, like a person wakes up in dryness in the mouth, and how he quenches for the variations with the environment, variations with the climatic conditions, and individual food conditions, the water consumptions. So that is where the theory we are missing from the holistic way of muhur muhur vari pibeta, what is the amount of the little water you need to drink at the beginning of the meal, or during the course of the meal, what is the taste variations bringing the demand for the consumption of the water, or at the end of the meal, waiting for half an hour or 45 minutes to consume the water again. So there is a measurements based on these third signals in Ayurveda to understand for the proper mixing of this food, and thus this regulating the insulin glucagon, what the mechanisms by gut-brain axis, as we said. So this complexity, when we understand, we are able to understand, deliver the righteousness, as we were talking about the sweetness, because you see, the sugars which are coming out of the plant sources, like we use like a kitul, caryota urens, a kind of, whether it is a maple syrup or date syrup or honey, different type of honeys we have, and then the agave syrup, or what is that source of this the molasses coming out, and how old is it. There are the categories, even though the calorific value is the same, but then the consistency to the point of interchangeability, the liver metabolism is being boosted by the kind of the sweetness when you submit it. Because I will understand that the pure honey, when it is organic cold pressed honey, and it is advised in diabetes. That is the reason why we're talking. We have to understand how these natural honeys are being used to restore back this last pathways of this interchangeability. I'm not a conventional doctor to understand and tell you that what are the metabolic pathways which are linked to the cellular level to the liver, because we understand liver is the main important organ and where it has this ability to transform. So this Ayurveda understand this. For example, I'll give you a simple technique of Kitul, K-I-T-H-U-L. In London, for example, we have a different types of brands of Kitul available in the Asian Sri Lankan stores. So understanding what we teach our students is, whether it is an Jayco brand or Kino brand, whatever it is a brand, when you bring a piece of a Kitul, it's two halves, it's being a molasses preserved. Keep it in the kitchen, in the moisture area, and when the light is there, it starts shining onto these spots of this, onto the candy. And when it is hygroscopic, overnight, if it is a hygroscopic, then we consider this jaggery is not a therapeutically viable. So understanding the dryness of its preparations, and then mixing with the lime juice. So once you kittle, you bring it at home, just mix it with the pure lime juice, nothing else you do. Just concentrate, stir it. There is no heating process. But the heat, what we use in Ayurveda is the sunlight. As a source of sunlight transformations of this sour taste into this kettle sweetness, as a saturated liquid forms. The saturation is what is the amount of this kettle dissolved in the lime juice makes into thick honey-like consistency. So anybody can try this, and there is variations in that because of this ultraviolet or the radiations control, like a blue glass preparations in the sunlight. There's a variations are there, of course. But then simply if you start making this simple combination, kitul and fresh lime juice, believe me, make it as a saturated by just stirring, not heating, and that is being consumed on empty stomach in the morning with the pure water. So you have a dilutions. For example, the increasing manner, Ayurveda's understanding about this biomechanics working through from the gut is as a gut, because gut expansions are different from constitutional variations. So if it's a vata gut is a shorter one, and pitta guts facilitate a larger quantity. So irrespective of this understanding, we start giving like a dilutions, 10%, 20%, 30%, 40%. What is the dilutions? We start with understanding the principle. Say, for example, the parameter threshold for an individual based on the constitution is on empty stomach, when you start drinking this kitul water along with this, and then you start getting nausea. To the point of the nausea is your individual capacity, that's the threshold for consumption of the time. So we have a time limit specifications. For example, 15 minutes to half an hour is a maximum course of that consumption. How much do you consume with this warm water, this kettle saturated liquid, make your stomach getting a nauseating point. And that is an experiment. I will understand how this quick absorption of this honey water or the kettle water with this lime combinations. There are so many combinations. But then what does it mean? It has an ability to reach into the microcapillary level to flush out, because it is the blockages by means of inflammatory process. So that is what Ayurveda's understanding is all about, that acidic changes in the body, the acid-base imbalances which are occurring, more blood getting into acidity is a point for triggering it inflammatory, and inflammatory process puts up into over a period of time autoimmune disorders. But of course, that is a triggering point. We are not able to reverse into this juvenile diabetes, which I am supposed to talk about it. But then we have the more preventative aspects of it. So predictive level, preventative level, and personalized level to the participative level is a P4 kind of strategy. As an integration, we are looking from Ayurveda point of view to add up these principles and explain with the simple experimentations. So I started with the simple experimentation, whether it is a 1-day course, 2 days or 3 days. Minimum 3 days to the 7 days is a maximum mesmerizing protocols we have with these liquid preparations, so that your metabolic pathways can be boosted out by fasting. What does it mean, the fasting? Fasting is, of course, it's an intermittent fasting, and we have a set of a course of substances by virtue of understanding Ayurveda's principle. For example, if you start taking about any source of material as a means of edible, then you have A grade or Z grade. That's the classification Ayurveda makes. For example, fatty acids, when it comes to the cow's ghee, and that cow's ghee we are not talking about any other ghee. We are talking about the A2 ghee, which is prepared like a gir cow. Girnar cow, how it is being fed with the Arjuna leaves, how it is being Mashaparna Prabhrutiyam, Arjuna Prabhrutiyam, Mudgaparna Prabhrutiyam. All these herbs are being fed to this classic cow, because these cows are also standardized in Ayurveda by means of the hump, or by means of the solar plexus, or by means of the tail with the 3 twisters, or by means of the horns and positions. So many things are there to understand the mother's calf and cow's color variation matching. And that is where Ayurveda standardization about natural substances, how it can yield the best milk and the best source of the ghee, and that will be the most metabolic restorative as a means of therapeutic medicated ghees prepared and consumed. So whether it is fatty acid based, amino acid based, when you start amino acid based and you see the being healthy or being diseased, if the proteins required for being illness or diseased, it is the mung beans which we go through, or the other kind of the beans, like of course the red beans, or masoor dal is there, and then tur dal will be high, black gram will be high proteinous. So there is a gradations, which one will take, which form do you prepare, liquid preparations, and then the semi-solid preparations. And that way Ayurveda standardized with the qualitative substances being given into the formulations or the proportions with the hunger reflexes by the constitutional variations. That way it will trigger into the personalized level of dietary food as a medicine, which controls the gut functions, and gut microbiome is restored. So they added to the value, there is so much of interventions from therapeutics and as well as severe medications. And that is where we are looking. Even I have a person who is 75-year-old in London. I would say that his name is Dr. Avatar Singh, and he has reversed these conditions. I did not do it. Even though I am a postgraduate and PhD in Ayurveda, I didn't do it, because he says pancreas and the brain, and two considerations is that they never die. You need to reactivate it, you can reboot it, you can revive it. And that is what he has shown with his formulations. And there are so many cases are there in Dubai Ayush Expo in February. He is going to present those cases, and that is the way the Ayurveda can do. And in the Alzheimer's disease, autoimmune disorders, and artistic disorders, and in several conditions, that is how the gut care is the biggest care, where you can reverse things, is being shown by the evidences and the practice-based evidences. So that is the way Ayurveda's juvenile diabetics, and how we are standardizing, understanding, and making them to experience. Because you see, in the children, from 0 to 1 year, 1 to 3 years, 3 to 7 years, these are the 3 crucial periods of developmental changes Ayurveda recognize and recommend the kind of the therapeutic interventions by means of food as a medicine. And that way we have a means. And then we have like a maternal screening both the partners who would like to conceive. That is the biggest part Ayurveda is adding now into the lifestyle modifications or the lifestyle medicine. And these people are being screened timed properly with the therapeutic interventions and who are going to ready to conceive, and that is the way we are standardizing not to develop these genetic predisposition conditions or autoimmune disorders in the children or the future generations. So a lot is there, and that is where we can fit into as an integrative model, and that is where we are working through. And Ayurveda is now BAMS as a means of curriculum from Ayush Ministry is going to be outsourced right back into the UK. We have permissions, of course, from the state government, Rajasthan, Dr. Sarvepalli Radhakrishna University, Ayurveda University, and then central ministry approval were seeking in it. And there should be lack of awareness, and then the awareness will start with the educational activities. I'm pretty sure in UK, pre-clinical subjects are being well taught, and the clinical exposures are being done in India. That way, the integration model we are trying to enrich, and there are so many doctors from Namaste and Ayurveda, Namaste London, and we are integrated with. Thank you, Amritaji, for giving me a short time for me to express my views. But we are looking for this positive integration. Inclusiveness is the time of need now. And Dr. Namadar Sharma has got a biggest hospital in Delhi, and Premadar Ayurveda Research Center, and Dr. Raghunandan Sharma, my junior colleague, and he is also a good practitioner in London. So we are united here now. Yesterday was a meetings in Nehru Center, and that is where we are talking about these integration models. And I'm pretty sure that conventional medicine and non-conventional approach is the two parallel lines where the health trend should move, and where possible to junctions to integrate, and then the change the direction as required for the health to be maintained, and as a preservative. So it is a predictive level to the preventative, personalized to the participatory, is that the P4 medicine we are looking into. Thank you one and all. Thank you very much. Namaste.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Venkat Joshi ji. Before we take up the talks and comments from other doctors from Ayurveda, Dr. Anukul ji, your comment, and we follow by Neetu. Yes, over to you.
I think Dr. Venkata Joshi's opinion was fantastic, because he's talking now of integrating the things. At one end, you have got, in the very first few topics, we talked about our mental state and how we can, and body and mind can get connected. And then we talked about conventional systems of treatment, including surgery. Then we talked about diet, and we talk of integrated care using Ayurveda system. They might be looking at very different pots, but in reality, they're all combined. And I think that is where there has to be very, very serious involvement in all these particular traditions. I think I have got some very awkward comment. And the comment is, I think the biggest problem starts with the fact that when we are kids, we are given toffees and sweets to make us feel happy. And I think that is where most of the problems start from. If we are hardwired to say sweets are not a good thing, and if something should not be encouraged from the early childhood, that might serve some of the purpose. But I'm not very sure. I think Dr. Neetu should be able to tell us a little better about this. But I would certainly like to contact Dr. Venkata Joshi for his research on Ayurveda.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Anukul. Neetu, what are your comments coming from the cookies and the chocolates to this? Over to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Amazing question. I have this question asked many times. So my background is maternal and child health. I very strongly believe habits are formed while we are very young, and it's really important to offer a family approach. So like we've been talking about family history of diabetes, isn't it? So if we want to change that narrative, it's important that we make these new habits as family habits rather than personal habits. And definitely habits can be changed over the period of time as well. So whatever age and stage of life we are at, if we already start embedding these healthy eating and healthy lifestyle habits, we can make a difference. I talk a lot about mindful eating as well, and that's also very inclusive, integrative style of food, taking food as medicine and gut-brain axis. I'm actually doing a webinar on Thursday, the 27th of November, 12 to 1 o'clock GMT. And anybody who's interested, they're welcome to join me. It's mostly advertised on my Instagram account and also on my website under public health link. So people can access from there and book that. But yeah, absolutely. Whether it's childhood, adulthood, or older age, we can certainly make changes for the whole family. like as Meena said earlier on, I completely agree with that. So it's like giving it a positive approach rather than thinking into what do we need to cut down. If we start looking into what do we need to prioritize or add in our healthy lifestyle. So are we missing on proteins? Maybe we focus on that. Do we need to bring healthy fats? Then we focus on that. Because the way our mind and bodies work is something that we start fighting off with, we actually crave or go more after that. So something, if we focus our attention on what do we need to prioritize for health, specific health benefits we are trying to achieve, that can be a helpful way forward, I feel. And yeah, absolutely. And I think somebody also mentioned about going back a little bit when we talk about healthy eating is healthy food shopping. We now have researches suggesting how can we do healthier food shopping. So something that very common is not to go food shopping when we are hungry, because it can influence our food choices. So when I talk about healthy eating, I start all the way back from healthy food shopping. So variety, colors in our food basket, and filling our kitchen cupboards, our fridges and freezers with healthy alternatives. So even if to begin with, when we are trying to or starting to make these healthier lifestyle changes, because we know our body and mind is going to take some time, whatever we have available at home, we as human beings, it's natural we go and pick on that. So having those healthier food choices available, making them obvious, easy. So when we talk about habit changing, I'm level 2 qualified in motivational habit changing as well, behavior change. So we talk about this. So making those new habits more obvious, more easy to follow, and more sustainable then. So whatever we have accessible, it's natural. We're going to go and grab for that, whether it's a pot of cookies or, a bowl of fruits. So yeah, going back a little bit and starting with food shopping and looking at home environment. So maybe taking a pause sometimes on our day off and just look around our home environment and see what sort of culture or behavior or lifestyle are we promoting within our home environments before we actually start looking outward environments can be helpful. Yeah, thank you. So long-winded answer, but I hope it's helpful.
Yeah, absolutely. Neetu, I totally agree with you. And I also align with what Dr. Venkat Joshi has said. In fact, I had contributed a chapter completely on food choices at the time of COVID, running about the kind of food choices, running out of foods, what kind of things you want in your bucket list for your kitchen is also very important. Recently, Government of India has launched a program to control the sugars of the children in every school. And recently, I'm also involved for giving talks for the children. We have different school programs running so that children are made aware about the consumption of oils as well as the sugars and the choices. And that's very, very critical and important, because the food choices from the very beginning and the taste reception is a learning process. And that learning process, that the way family traditions build up, it goes along. And at later stage, when you're stuck with something, a disease called as diabetes, and or something else where you're forcing your taste receptors to change despite your likings, it becomes a very tough job. And before that, learning to, as you said, being mindful about your choices, or learning to catch up with the quantities, or learning to adjust with your choices, I think is a very important part of your lifestyle, which impacts your small decision makings. And secondly, I totally agree with, when do you go for shopping and what do you pick up for the shopping? What is available on the shelf is not necessarily healthy every time. And what is available off the shelf in the corner, which is pretty small, can be very, very beneficial, because ultimately, if you see the medicines, they are on the one small corners, apart from all the junk, which holds a lot of space, apart from all big tags of the flavors, and apart from all the big tags of the colors and the glamour of food, actually. And these things, in fact, makes a very big difference in understanding about the economics of mind in relation to shopping, and the criteria of judging oneself, how the markets and the groceries are placed, and how we need to make the choices for for ourselves. That's a very, very important thing at touched base. Yes, Dr. Anukul, before we take a comment from
I just
Kumar.
wanted to have a small comment. It is slightly off the line, but I'm having read a bit of Charaka Samhita as well as a bit of all the other books, and particularly been involved in Vedanta. One of the first things we realize that much of these issues can easily be managed by control of your five senses. And the instance we learn how to control that, and that's something that I'm picking up from the various school systems of education, which were prevalent in India in the Gurukul system, that you have first few years, you learn how to control your senses. And once you've done that, much of these things can easily be controlled for later life, preventing things like ADHD and other psychological issues as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Cognition, as well as taste and your gut brain axis, your choices, food, everything is correlated. And that's why a deep uh, relation of all these things have been given as an insight in many of the texts of Ayurveda, where we hear a lot of chapters have been dedicated, especially on Anna and Anna Sevan. And I think it just talks more about all these things and the importance it has laid about understanding the criteria of how the body and the mind behaves and the choices we make for the food, which we realize in today's time. Thank you so much. Before we take the comment of Dr. Anjali, Neil Kumar, your comment first. Thank you.
So thank you, Amrita. It's a wonderful session. We have had nutritionists, we have had people with experience, we have had doctors, we have got experts who are talking about it. So important thing is, since our viewers are a consumer level, it's nice to give them a tip that they can actually consume and follow at home. So what I have learned today from everybody, and I will summarize it in a different format from a holistic, spiritual, and then will come from medical point of view. I think if your mind is healthy and you are a very happy person, then chances are you will not contract many diseases or get many ailments. So keep your DNA, your body very happy. Don't have any anger. Don't harness any grudges because it doesn't help your body. Portion. Eat. Don't stop eating. Your body needs food. It's a fuel. Eat it as more like medicine rather than just consuming because it's available. If you choose the right food in the right time, in the right manner, then it will help yourself. So don't fear to learn about food. Talk with few people. It's okay. Experts are there. Nutritionists have got nutritional value to discuss with you. Scientists have got scientific way of discussing with you, and the doctors have got the medical way of discussing with you. But don't ignore the holistic approach. Don't ignore your forefathers and grandmothers, and they were trained because during their time, and I'm literally going only 150 years back, not much longer, we didn't have too many processed food and we didn't have these pesticides and all those things. So maybe we can reset ourselves. So over the next few minutes, let's go around the panel, and that will include Anjali, Anukul, Neetu, and yourself, Amrita. Amrita, you can come from the Ayurveda and holistic point of view. Anjali, you can come from a general practice from because you are a medical doctor there and you are involved in a different part of the country. Anukul, you are of course one of the top class orthopedic surgeon and who works as a compliance now. And Neetu, you've got a wonderful website, a nice style of delivering your sessions as well. So let's give consumable tips to consumers, those people who are not experts, or those people who don't know they've got diabetes, or those people might have symptoms but don't know what they've got and maybe don't have time to go, or they are scared to go, or they don't wish to go. If we can give them simple tips, maybe we can save few lives and make few people more happy. Anjali, let's go with you first. What have you learned today and what tips can you give to our listeners who are tapped into us on a YouTube, Instagram, website, and a Facebook? Over to you, Anjali, in India, and a good evening to you.
Good evening, Neil Kumarji. Global Namaste. Uh, I think a very good panel of Neetu and Ashmi, Ashmina, and everyone who talked about different varieties of diet and how you can manage your food and your flavors. And food is your flavor, right? You eat through your tongue, and that's how colorful and magical you can make your platter. The food can be decorated in a way that you love eating the way you eat through your eyes, you eat through your taste buds, and try to get more momentum in your life, which could be simple dancing, simple Pilates, as Hasina also mentioned. She imbibes Pilates or yoga or walking or some form of exercise, getting up every 20 minutes off your desk or chair, stop constant scrolling on social media or consuming lot of content, which also creates a lot of panic. Because what happens is, as Dr. Amrit also keeps saying about us, we are talking a lot about social media based fad diets. And people are confused now. What should we eat? And we had Dr. Raman also talk about, like the gut brain axis or the microbiome. Everything revolves around how we are eating it, how we are preparing it, how we are seeing the food on the platter, and how we digest and assimilate that food. So, if we're not assimilating it well, we are going deficient with nutrition deficiencies. And then in the end, we are ending up with more craving for food, and more insulin release, and more sugar, and more diabetes. So, in the end goal is, let's not neither fast, neither feast. Let's have a medium pathway where we can move more, cook cook less, eat more raw foods. I think Neetu would agree to it, Dr. Amrita would agree to it, as per people's choices and genetic makeup. So genetic definitely loads the gun, lifestyle pulls the trigger. So we should be looking at ways to manage our genetics. Though we might have a gene of, diabetes from your, forefathers or parents or anything, but we can change it. We can bring about a change. Yeah. What say, Dr. Amrita?
Yeah, definitely. We can bring about the change. On that word, Dr. Anjali, it reminds me to ask a question from Neetu. Neetu, what's your take on, and even Dr. Anjali, I would like your comments and then Dr. Anupulji's comment. What's your take on the dieting and the dieting fashions that people have in today's time, like keto diet, another kind of diet? Some are pescatarian, some are vegetarians. What's your take on that? How do you uh, balance them as people go? And I have known quite a lot of patients of mine where people immediately cut down just sugars and immediately cut down certain food things, just thinking about, oh, I've changed to this kind of a diet. The dieting fashion is like a cult and a religion fashion where people just take it as a religion, or they've joined a particular cult and they'll be following up the traditions and the cultures of that. What's your take on that? How do you take it? Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Amrita. That's a really great question. So yeah, my opinion on this is again evidence-based. Quick fixes or diets does not help us sustain a healthier lifestyle for long run. So if we are looking into sustainable changes, then of course we have been talking about gut-brain axis and habit forming. It's good idea to keep an open and curious mind, with all the self-compassion, taking time to tune into our body and see what's happening in my body and what do I need to practice, because our nutritional needs keep changing as we grow. So they are different in childhood, they are different in pregnancy, and so forth and so on. And then as we get into older age, it changes again. So it's again tuning into your body and seeing what's something that I need to prioritize rather than going for a quick fix, because that's not going to stay for longer. And then taking a personalized approach, I think, would be a really good idea, because everybody is different. We might have diabetes, but then still our symptoms, our energy levels, our mood levels can be different, our medication, lots of things. So personalized approach can be helpful there as well. With regards to religious-based limitations or dietary changes, of course, people choose to do that. Again, keeping in mind, are there any essential nutrients that I might be missing on? And what can I do about it? Sometimes some people choose to go off or limit certain foods because of religious choices. But if they are aware of how it can then change their life or risk of disease, I think that can help them to make sure that they are not missing on those. With regards to modern day diets, vegan diet and keto diet, so many more, especially with so much hype on social media platforms, it can be really difficult. My advice there is to keep in mind how much do we need to absorb or consume on all this information out there? Do I really need to know? So need to know basis. Because if you know your body, if you're listening to your body and everything is going well, do we need to know then all of this information? Because it's generic information, it's not personalized. So why not go for a personalized consultation, adapt what your lifestyle, your routine, and take it from there. And that's it. After that, don't worry too much about keep making these changes, because if something is working well, we should not have to, or we should not change it, because it is working well. We only change when things are not working well. But nowadays, with so much information out there, so much competition and comparison, people are taking themselves as experimentation, they're experimenting on themselves. And they keep changing it. And all these changes, without allowing our body and mind to adapt with change, we're just confusing our system in general, our whole body, our whole mind. Yeah. Sorry, have I answered all the parts of your question?
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with that. That the human body is not just for experimentations, just based on social media, and what fits you the best can be very unique for yourself and might not apply in many of the situation conditions. And also, I agree with you that with every situation and the part of life where you climb the ladder of how many years, um, with the happy birthdays in your life, you keep changing the requirements of your plate as well. So, absolutely. Dr. Anjali, your comment.
Absolutely, Neetu, this was, I think, important. Like, we can't have social media govern our daily practices. Our body, our choices, our circumstances, all are so different, and we cannot copy and cut, copy, paste what social media diets are doing for people. So, thank you so much, and it was quite an interesting day today, learning so much from all of you. Thank you so much.
So,
Dr. Anukulji, your comment. Yeah.
Anukul, before you go,
Yep.
what is very important, let's give tips that people can memorize and remember. So, diet is very important. Happiness is important. Sleep is important. Consuming water. Remember, when you think you are hungry, you might be thirsty. If by drinking water, preferably room temperature or even warmer, actually sit down and sip it, enjoy it, so the water molecules and the water itself is mixing with your saliva before you drown it into your body. For those who are beer drinkers, assume that you are drinking beer, but drink water. So just enjoy it as much. Those who like milkshake, assume you are having a milkshake, enjoy it similarly. Now I'm going to go and be brusque about things. Let's actually talk about food. So it depends whether you are vegetarian or vegan. At least consume 20 nuts. So maybe almonds, walnuts, cashew nuts. Preferably if you have soaked them for 6 hours, it might be better for you. Eat broccoli if you can. In the countries where broccoli is available, just to tell you, 1 kilogram of broccoli is just 350 calories. So those who are calorie conscious, and it's beautiful vegetable to eat. If you can consume about 300 grams of spinach a day, do that. If you can consume some protein, now you may be a vegetarian person, so maybe tofu, tempeh, or paneer, okay? Do consume them. But most beautiful part is that if you can stuff yourself with lettuce, avocado, carrot, beetroot, cabbage, or something as a salad, sprinkle it with black pepper and minutely salt and squeeze it with lemon. Stuff yourself even if you don't like it. Just think that you've been forced to medically eat that. First thing, then you can maybe consume fruits and yogurt so you don't get a sugar spice. Then if you are still hungry because you got vast appetite, then at least you will not binge on other food. Now, don't forget protein is very important. Bit of carbohydrate is very important. So rather than making it complex, can each one of you say which are your favorite foods that can be consumed without any criminal guilt, medical guilt, psychological guilt, holistic guilt, or spiritual guilt? Anakul, let's go with you first.
Well,
I obviously ask you an exciting question that before you do a surgery, do you get food craving or do you wonder that the tummy is rumbling of your patient? But tell me about your foods that are safely available in many countries that one can daily consume or maybe in the order in which they consume. Over to you, Anakul. Thank you.
the favorite food that I enjoy over here is avocado. But otherwise, if I am anywhere at any time hungry, I just take roasted chana, black chana. That's my favorite food. It's always there beside me. That's what I have. But as far as eating is concerned, I've got no problems about eating any quantity at any time or no quantity at all for several days. The longest I have stayed without eating even a smallest bit of food is for 5 days, and nothing the whole day except for some water in between. But I have some very interesting comments. When I did quite a bit of studying for about 3-4 months, which is unusual for me to do, only about food, and I came across few things which are very, very important, and I wrote down 7 points, and it's here right in front of me. First of all, focus whenever eating, and that's very interesting that I took up all these from our traditions and culture. You never spoke to talk to anybody. When you're eating, nothing else. And it's a specific time you sat down, and the food was always served in a sequence. And starting 1, 2, 3, 4, they would always be served with good amount of ghee, because A2 ghee has a way of preventing absorption of this kind of stuff in certain things. So first of all, focus and concentration. And before that, whenever you're eating food, at any given time, ask whether my tongue is wanting it or my body is wanting it. It is not a question of just craving just for the heck of it. If at all it is, you think that you're craving too much, I stick to my chana. Then second thing is you're eating food for a specific purpose. So I always ask, where is the prana in it? In other words, prana concept is very, very central to my whole process of eating. Then the number 3 comes the type of food and the choice of food. Again, it's a question of prana related. It's the right type of vegetarian versus non-vegetarian. It's a very complex process. But sequence, number 4 is sequence of eating. I was going to ask Neetuji about the use of apple cider vinegar about half an hour before eating meals, which does reduce your intake of all these carbohydrates, etc. Then 5th is microbiome, and the microbiome has a massive thing, a huge amount of things about various axes, etc. 6th is a hugely I have benefited from is use of millets, and in replacing other kind of carbohydrates. And lastly, frequency of eating. I don't realize that you actually don't need more than, there was a famous saying which was, Jo ek baar khaye, one person who eats once in a day is a yogi, who eats twice a day is a bhogi, and who eats 3 times a day is a rogi. So it's a very interesting system. But the reality is we don't need more than 1 or 2 meals in a day. And in between some snacks here and there is a different choice. But if you're coming back, neutralizing all that I've said, my biggest satisfaction comes when, as a Bengali, I just eat a big rasgulla and fill up my whole mouth.
Wow.
Amazing comments, Dr. Anukulji. Yeah, actually, you have ended up with all the things in combination of what has been said. And Yeah, Dr. Anjali, what's your tips? And then we take up the question from Lata. Yeah.
Totally agree with Dr. Anukul. Yeah, I would also end my day with a rasgulla, and yeah. So yeah, you need to give those taste buds a fire too at times. You just can't be eating. Oh, I'm eating the wellness way. It has to be eaten the way I love my food also. So it is like you go give satiety to your tongue, to your taste buds, and eat slowly. As you've mentioned, don't eat scrolling your phone like 10 people are calling and we are just eating. We're busy in a webinar and we're eating. So that way we're not consuming the food at times. We're not digesting it well. So 4 or 5 tips I'll give is drink water, but just don't drink plain water all the time. A sprinkle of a salt in the morning hours definitely helps to recharge your cells and doesn't let your body to go electrolyte deficient sometimes. Just drinking plain water will drive away all your sodium most of the time. That's one important tip I give to all my patients is start your day with just a sprinkle of a white, just the white salt, not the pink salt, the white salt, because you need the iodine also. Second is get your steps counting, not in a fashion that, oh, I need 10,000 steps. More movement. It can be going to the kitchen, working out in the kitchen, doing some chores like shopping, grocery, mowing the lawn, dancing, Pilates. Do something. Even if you can't do something on your foot, at least sit and dance. You can do a sitting Surya Namaskar. You can do sitting yoga. You can do so many things just tapping your foot on the ground. That can help you decrease your spikes of sugar after a meal. So after each meal, have a process of walking for 10 minutes. After a breakfast, after a lunch, after dinner, people are following 3 meals a day. People following 1 meal a day or 2 meal a day, then I think they already are consuming less calories. So, and let's not just focus on calories, let's focus on more on nutrition. That's very, very important because people are just focusing on calories and they're going nutrition deficient. Every time I see a patient whose B12 is like below 200 or below 300 and they're having massive sciatica pain, and that's not helping them because they're working out in the gym, working calorie deficit diet, and going nutrition deficient. So, work on your nutrition status rather than calorie status. That's my tip for the day.
Lovely. Working on the nutrition status and not the calorie status. Lataji, your comments. What do you want to ask or comment? Over to you.
Yeah, global namaste, and mine is a lived in experience of being successful in curtailing your cravings. And I think one of the first things one needs is willpower. Willpower will help us when we sort of psychologically tell ourselves this is not good for me. And if you really care about your health and yourself and love yourself and want to live longer, then the mind can, take that detour and help us to make the right decision, and then the cravings go, and then you want to eat the healthy stuff and enjoy it. Like Neil was saying, when you sort of drinking water, just think you're drinking beer or drinking your favorite drink, which is not healthy, Coca-Cola maybe, or what was the other thing, Neil, you said? Hmm?
Milkshake.
Milkshakes, yeah. So fortunately for me, I don't like sugar. I don't like sweet things, and I have to have it in very small, very just lightly sugared. Even my tea, I need some sugar, but I take a very, very small amount. I'll take gur or something, honey, but I try to keep off the white sugar. But I like the fact that Dr. Kailash, you said that white salt is important in the morning. with the iodine. I wasn't aware of that because iodine is so important for functioning. So yeah, I'm going to adopt that one. Thank you for that tip. But I don't know if you agree with this power and control of your mind with willpower. I don't know how many of you would agree with that. That's it. Over to you, Amrita.
Yeah, Dr. Anjali, you want to say something?
Yeah, I think the power of mind is so important, Lataji. It is so, so important because I'm craving for a sweet, but I can, instead of having a chocolate, which is milk chocolate, I can have a dark chocolate. Or I can make my own, dessert at home, a fruit, a frozen fruit, which can be, blended into a sweet dessert. It'll give the same flavor. I can make a sweet potato payasam. Payasam is like, what we call payasam is porridge. Something which is more healthier, but is giving you the same flavor and taste. So it's a power of mind. Instead of thinking, oh, I need to open the wrapper and have a candy, I can have something which is more authentic, like maybe a peanut laddu or, tilka laddu, something like that, more original from the farm, from the kitchen. So I think power of mind is so important when we are dealing with anything, basically.
Absolutely. The power of mind and yeah, Dr. Anukul.
I have one point to add. In terms of sweets, I found, I really love sweets otherwise. But hardwiring does a very fantastic work. There's a time when I literally can be completely cut off and dislike sweets. There are times when I say, I don't like the looks of those sweets. And it can come to me at this basis, I don't want to see it. And one of the things that I do enjoy sweets with is I simply have dates. They are very nice and sweet anyway. And they're also good for fiber and a whole lot of other stuff. But I also make sweets, by the way, my own self, by using what you call my favorite thing. What do you call that? This millets. Millets. I use millet flour and use what do you call these dates to make sweet dish out of that. And I can make burfis out of it and keep that whenever I feel like I have it after meals. But my question is not to have more than one meal in a day, but usually 1 or 2 meals at most. That's how I stayed on. But I want to ask Neetuji about one thing very important. I see lots of patients who are obese and who've got various other problems. As a spinal surgeon, I see many patients who have got a backache and this thing and that, so many other issues. As and Dr. Anjali had stated about going to gym and trying to reduce their weight deliberately and desperately actually makes their muscles so weak that they suffer with more pain than they come with. One of the reasons has been given is, and I always find it very consistently within the NHS, is that they are sent to dietitians who give them some advice and they follow that particular advice and they go to the gym and try to do a whole lot of fun, but their pain is invariably much worse. And I said, well, fundamentally, how much have you worked on your core exercises or strengthen your muscles? You need to develop your scaffolds before you start doing all those, number one. And they often get packs of food which they are meant to take on X number of days, like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, you will have this, and Thursday. I find that a bit difficult for only because they are all packets of food. They have been processed, and they've got no concept of prana in it at all. And I said, what type of food is that? So I wondered, how does NHS take that? And I usually tell them, I don't tell them directly that. I just trying to say that I think you've got to do slightly differently. But they went through the NHS, they've been sent to a dietitian, and they have come to a formal treatment regime. What opinion or what comments would you like to give for those patients, and how do you think I can manage it in my end?
Thank you very much, Dr. Anukul, for the discussion. It's really interesting because this has come up in a recent conference that I attended. That across NHS Trust in England, unfortunately, there's no standardized practice or protocols, unfortunately. So you're absolutely right. Offering packed foods, we all are talking about real food and food first approach is not really helpful. And I don't really go with this approach myself. So my approach is like we are discussing today, real food, colors, variety, like you very rightly mentioned, experimenting with our food. My approach is let's sit down and tune in with your body and see what do you enjoy eating. And let's adapt your favorite foods rather than me guiding or directing you what to eat. I prefer my clients tell me what do they enjoy. Because food is not just growth and nourishment and development, it's memories, heritage, culture. And the older a person is, the more habitual they are to eat certain foods in a certain manner. We can't expect those things to completely turn over. So we start looking into what they enjoy and how we can adapt and make them more nutritious and healthy for them. So they continue enjoying it, but a healthier version of it. Definitely real food. Real food offers us a lot many benefits than pre-packed food. And also we are talking about mindful eating a lot today. And I'm very much big believer and big promoter of mindful eating, which is embedded in an Ayurvedic culture, using all the senses, taking our time. I say to everybody, we are all working so hard to get this food, hot meal on our plate. But what is the point if we are not taking enough time to appreciate and pay gratitude for this meal and taking ourselves time to touch, to smell, to chew it, let the juices flow in our mouth, let the saliva mix it and the digestive enzymes, because we know digestion starts in mouth before the food even reaches our gut. So using all the senses and following mindful eating practices and combining mindfulness techniques into this as well. So while we are eating, thinking about this food story, where had this food grown and what has gone into it, the sunlight, water, air, all the hard work of all the farmers, so think about the food story. So yeah, all of these are very important. But going for pre-packed foods, or again, this is kind of quick fix for me, the way I look at it. I personally don't really believe in this. So I believe in realistic lifestyle, making small sustainable changes with an open mind, which is not full of judgment, which is non-judgmental and full of self-compassion. Because it's about being curious to say, okay, how do I feel with these foods? How do they make me feel in my mind, in my body, in my energy, my fitness levels, and then take it from there. And I absolutely agree with you when you said in regards to exercise as well. Again, the way I approach is, again, look into your present routine and see what resources we have, what limitations are there, and then working on them. So we can't expect somebody who's experiencing severe pains to go and start working out in a gym. Somebody who doesn't have time, who has got a huge family and they have a carer's responsibility and so much to do. So there, like you very rightly said, Dr. Anjali, we look into more realistic approach. So things that they can do at home, and that too every day can be different. Like I mentioned before as well, when I was talking about it. So the day we are experiencing more pains, maybe mindfulness needs to be the priority. It's the mind that we need to, look into first before we actually look into movement or activity. Because if pain is there, what we don't want is make it worse. So maybe being a bit more self-compassionate and subsidize pain first, and then try and adapt our exercise routine for that time period to make it more comfortable and sustainable. Sustainability is really important for me, because otherwise we will just keep going to and fro, as many of us do, especially with so much information out there now. So we are just trying different things and nothing is actually sustained for long term. And we keep going to and fro between whether it's weight or disease prevention or disease management or our mind in general. And we are worrying more and we are forming that cycle of we are getting nowhere. Yeah, so that's my take. I hope I've answered your question. Yes. Thank you.
So wonderful discussion going on. I still want to pin you people with actual food that people can eat, the quantity they can eat, why it's beneficial, because that's good for consumer level. So I will go once again. If you can eat eggs, eggs are very good for protein and their amino acids are good enough that they score 1 point. 1 point in medical term means perfect. Okay, so they are good. You can eat them if you are not eating eggs or meat, because if you are eating fish, chicken, and eggs, you are fine. 1 portion a day, stuffed with lots of salads. I'm very clearly saying if you have to consume at least 1 greens and broccoli is available or spinach, just stuff it. Carrots, Just chop them into little slices and chew them just like as if you are eating a snack. It will be beautiful. Condition your mind, and any food that is bitter, if you are diabetic, so like methi seeds, bitter gourd, karela, those foods are good for you. So anything that is lousy tasting may be good for you. So think on it, have a bit of nuts here and there. But just before that, Amrita, I think one of our co-hosts over here just celebrated her birthday. We won't give her age away. She only looks about 21, but she's over that. So, Amrita, who celebrated their birthday very recently?
Yeah, somebody celebrated the birthday, and that's why I mentioned about every day's birthdays. So, very happy birthday to you, Dr. Anjali. May you have many, many more, and may the cakes and the pies keep rolling your hand. And we keep talking about dieting, but I think these days are missed. That yes, this is the day to work on with something which is really yummy and memorable, as we all have started the episode. The food we cherish is the food we live on, and therefore certain candles have to be blown for the special foods that we have. So happy birthday to you, happy
Happy
birthday
birthday
to
to
you,
you.
happy
Happy
birthday,
birthday,
dear
Dr.
Anjali,
Anjali. Happy
happy
birthday
birthday to
to
you.
you.
And
Thank you
Anjali,
so much, Healing Our Earth family. So thank you. Gratitude to all of you.
And Anjali, as you know, that we celebrate as many birthdays as we can. It's not just the host and the anchors and the admin and the directors. It's also our contributors. So Neetu, if you do have birthday in your life, okay, then do let us know, because we celebrate everybody's birthday over here. We love doing that because we are just part of one family. Healing Our Earth is a free global online community channel that brings information, edutainment, and that is entertainment and education, free globally, just so that it can create better communities. So you're all part of the family. And Anjali, once again, happy birthday. Keep on smiling always. You are such a good contributor, not just on Healing Our Earth, but also in your profession and your friend circle. You do so very well. And we are very proud of you here at Healing Our Earth, and best wishes now and every day.
Dr. Anjali Agarwal certainly needs Mysore Park wherever she is. Am I correct?
I
Now,
know.
For a birthday.
now, Anakul, you
Yes.
and Anjali like your mithais, okay? Those
Oh,
sweets.
yes.
And you, particularly being a Bengali, and
Oh,
your
yes.
rasagulla or rasgulla is how we
And
say,
Sandesh and everything.
and all the dishes, and earlier it was gulab jamun was mentioned. Okay, don't stop eating them, but do one thing. If you take a gulab jamun, squeeze the criminal liquid syrup away from it. It's criminal. It's written on it. It's against the law. So squeeze it completely, and it will rebound back to its shape. And that, when you consume, will still be almost equally sweet, but psychologically you will feel good. My God, I can destroy this thing and eat this. And there is 80% of the criminal element is removed just by squeezing it. So don't
But
stop.
I have a comment there. I've got a comment there, Nilji.
Yes.
And Roshagulla means Raska Gula.
Yes.
So you cannot, there's no fun in taking the ras out if you are not having.
So now, since you are a surgeon and a doctor and quite educated, it was okay when it was made. Okay, in this current time, just because now that you know that the rust is the criminal element in it, before the court or the police books you, just destroy it. And the taste will be similar, trust me. Now, it's different in actually ras malai, because there is the milk rather than the artificial syrup that is created. Sugar is added there. There, what you can do very craftily, add some more milk to it. So you got diluted milkshake and ras malai. Okay. So again, what Neetu was saying, adopt and change what you eat. Nitu said that I would rather find your favorite foods and we adopt them rather than me forcing onto you. So your fruits and your vegetables can be designed to eat pleasurably and maybe more healthier. So milled flax seeds, for example, are very good to add with a low fat, low sugar. Now, what is low sugar? Anything that is less than 6, 7, 5 grams per 100 grams is low sugar. Anything that is 10 is not really good. Anything that is 20 grams per 100 gram is not really good. I mean, in a gulab jamun, the syrup is very heavily loaded. So let's give quantum to people as well so they can know. So don't be too conscious, but when you are selecting thing nowadays, if you are in, for example, in Europe, the law requires that you give the dietary consumption, the calorific value, and also the contents of what is in the menu. So you can adapt your fruits and yogurts and things and maybe change the lifestyle. Your body will know if you feel a bit of nausea when you eat certain food, then it's the wrong time you're eating, or if you're getting bloated. If you're a woman, it's very complex because women are such I personally feel they're very amazing, but they do have lots of hormonal changes as well. And they are generally very diet conscious as well, figure conscious. No problem. Adapt your body to eat the foods you want. Just be clever how you eat it and in the combination how you eat it. If you're going to eat fruit which is sugary, first thing in the morning or first thing before you eat, then you might get a sugar spike. Now, some people say that they cut sugar out or something, but your body needs a bit of sugar as well. Uh, you could get you'll feel dizzy and faint sometimes. You can have a reverse situation. So just adopt, be happy, choose good foods. I personally feel naming them nuts generally are good. Don't eat them by kilograms. If you can curtail to maybe twice a day of 30 grams, then there's 360 calories in itself, but it's got good fats on it as well. Maybe an avocado every other day, maybe 2 carrots, big carrots every day because it's good. Maybe one orange every day, one apple. Apple is a must every day. The saying that apple keeps the doctor away is not actually just made up. Apple actually brushes your teeth because it reaches the gaps that other thing and toothbrush cannot. It's got lesser of a sugar per each gram of it. It's got fiber in it. So just be sensible in what you eat and don't go out of your way to change your diet to make it too boring. Just consume good food in a right manner, a right quantity. Anukul avoids eating many times. That's fine. He is technically fasting. Fasting, if you look back 300-400 years, was religiously mandatory, depending what culture you are from. In Navratri, they fast. Some people fast in Ramadan. Some people fast in a different time. So it's all, I think we just need to reset back to our forefathers or our four grandmothers, and maybe we have got something to learn from there. So Anjali, you are going to squeeze your gulab jamun next when you see it. You will find it tastes better than with the syrup in it.
Sure.
Try it. And you will believe me, you will feel so good. So instead of eating one with the criminal liquid, you can eat 3 without criminal liquid. Feel good. Feel good. Obviously, the more browner they are, the more cooked they are. Maybe you might taste them better. Ras malai, do have it. Add some more milk and just assume that you've consumed some liquid. So I think change of Anukul, I like the chanas you are eating.
Yeah.
The groundnuts, the chanas are so good. not only horses are fed them because it brings lots of energy. Yeah,
Very
there.
next to me all the time.
Perfect.
Bananas.
Very good for snacking. That's very, very
That's
good for snacking. And it's something which is very good. In India, because more than 60% of the population are earning below 10,000 rupees per month, which is less than 100 pounds or just nearly like $110 a month. Then some of their diet is this chanas, these gram nuts. And they come wrapped up in a newspaper corn. So the newspaper are recycled and they're not destroyed. You get them in there, and it's so useful. So again, depending which country you are from, but Anukul, that's a very good snack. And if you keep that kind of snack ready. So one of the things when you wake up in the morning is just cut few pieces of vegetables or lettuce or carrots or cucumbers. Just keep it ready in a container. If you got it ready, you might eat it first before you eat it. Then you will consume less of the criminal foods that you will eat. So Anjali, okay, gulab jamun, don't stop it. Have it, squeeze it.
In the
It's
morning breakfast, the chanas can be had in the form of, we traditionally call, very widely prevalent in Bihar, called sattu, chana sattu. And
Okay.
it's very, very helpful. And in fact, I have sattu powder over here. Whenever I feel like having it, I have it. But it's a very good way of having the thing.
So next time, Anukul, if you take a Gala or a Granny Smith apple and 110 grams of Greek style yogurt, it doesn't have to be completely Greek style. I'll also tell you the brand. You can go to Lidl, and theirs is one of the best because it's got only 7 grams sugar per 100 gram. If you mix it with one full apple, few chanas, okay, and some seeds and milled flax seeds on them, and some pumpkin seeds, that will not give any sugar spike. It'll be so healthy. It'll be like a meal in the morning, as opposed to having the bacon and other things, which are more fatty and things. So look, just change of lifestyle and it'll be very good. Go to Nitu's website. There is so much information there. Azmina's website again is beautiful because it's got pictorial way of doing things. Amrita, from Ayurveda point of view, what is your favorite breakfast that gives you energy, bit of protein, and doesn't give you sugar spike in the morning? What is your food?
I make the cutlets out of the lentils, the soaked lentils at night, and then I add some cumin seeds and a little bit of ginger, and sometimes some veggies that are locally available, seasonal. That's very nice. And especially, I prepare different chutneys, which are pastes of different vegetables and fruits. Sometimes coriander, sometimes mint, sometimes with the walnut, sometimes with sesame seeds, groundnuts, coconut. These kind of varieties are pretty appetizing and it gives you a good flavor. And another thing which I wanted to add from Ayurveda point of view is because of the Pancha Indriya Sangraha, which means like our cognition works through the 5 senses, not just the 5 senses, the 6 senses, I would say, in the heart. Therefore, these 5 senses comes to say about when we talk about organoleptic features, it's about Shabda Sparsha Rupa Ras Gandh, which means that the sound that the food creates. When you break it, when you hold it, when you chew it, when you relish it, makes a big difference. Sometimes people eat because it's crunchy, and that makes a very big difference.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And sometimes you eat because it's soft, as the Rosogula we have been commenting over past 10 minutes, right? Whether it has a criminal syrup in it or it doesn't have, but still the sponginess of that is the feature which you like. And the rasa, the taste of what it is and how do you consume it. And the taste has got an amazing effect, and Ayurveda has talked intensively on what kind of tastes do you love at what time of your life. There are certain things which are automatically the body is very intelligent to know, say. So if you have seen your appetite, if you're not feeling well, where you will always like to have sour things sometimes, where you like to have a bitter thing sometimes, and that is an automatic effect that is produced by cognition in your mind and body that gives you a reflection of your taste. And sometimes the sweetness becomes so oversweet that it just becomes bland and you hardly get the taste of it. That's also a sign. And all these things happen through the tongue. The tongue gives the reception that is related to your gut and that's related to your brain, which has a close connection. The sparsh talks about when you see the food, you touch the food. My kids sometimes when I bake the cakes and stuff, they touch it and they say, "Oh wow, that's so satisfying." And when they say this, I just love the comments which they make. Now, this kind of a spongy feeling with the hand, it's so satisfying. And when you cut it and then you hold it, and sometimes the creams of that, when you hold these things, so when we have the five senses with our hands touching it, and we look at it, and then the sight of it also makes a big difference. So, roop of the food, how you take the packed foods may not be that tempting when you open them, though the packets are very tempting, makes a big difference. And that's why when you prepare food by your own self, you make sure that you serve it in the best plates, the best cutlery, in the best way. You must eat like a king. That's why Ayurveda emphasizes eating like a king is very important. And that doesn't need to be with a lavish, a great amount of things in terms of gold, silver, or diamonds, but in the terms of what, where, and how you are serving yourself, because you are serving not your body, but your soul. And the smell of it, the aromas of the food definitely are very tempting. Sometimes those aromas make you really hungry. And that is why cooking itself, I tell all of my clients that if you really want to stay healthy, you must have two important things. One is your kitchen garden, and second is your kitchen. Prioritize that the home you build or the place where you live. I think I have recommended as a diagnostic tips to so many of my students who are starting their journey of life, who are living alone, because they think, oh, that's a stupid corner of the house. I don't need it. I just need a shelf. Actually, you don't need a shelf. That shelf is going to give you what you are, because ultimately we live for our tummies. And therefore, living for your tummies, the priority is the Annapurna, which is the center of your whole system of life, where you're going to get the prana. And that's why the emphasis on eating modalities, looking at the food, eating the food, touching the food, and all those things which are related with the cognition and food has a very important role for your digestion, because the hormones of leptin and ghrelin have a big sense of gut brain axis, where your brain's hippocampus as well as the insula will be connecting with your gut to give the signal how you want to eat and how much you want to eat. That is why a lot of people, when they watch TVs, they overeat. Snacking in front of the television is pretty dangerous. So when are you snacking? That's also very important. That's why if you eat, when you see the plate and you just focus on your eating, you'll be very mindful what you're eating, how much you're eating, and how that flavor is affecting you. I would also recommend people about the art of chewing. That's very essential. People hardly bother about how they chew, their dental hygiene, as well as the status of their mouth, the tongue. All these things are an elementary role for the digestion. Most of the time, sometimes people chew very fast, sometimes people over chew, sometimes people under chew, sometimes people hardly bother, they just eat and gallop. And all these things have a tremendous role in the quantities you're taking and the digestive process. And also with your mind, if your mind is stressed, you're chewing sense of doing things would be very sympathetic, and in that way you clench your jaw when you're angry. And that clenching reflex is a kind of a reflex that automatically comes when your mind is anxious, it's busy with something else, you're watching, you're overrunning with the mobile and eating. It gives you very different signals, and the brain cannot really sense what are you actually doing because you're multitasking at that time. But specifically, therefore, it's very essential to understand these cognitive skills of eating and the art of eating. And I think is the real way towards your health rather than going to the hospitals and looking out for medicines, which aren't the real solutions for that. Thank you.
What were the sixth sense you said about?
Shabd, Sparsh, Roop, Ras, Gandh, and the heart.
Yes, that's what I'm looking out for.
And so the heart will go only when all these five senses will be combined, because that's where the mindfulness plays a role. The heart in connection with your mind. And that's why we pray before we eat, because we are thanking God for what is given. And if we look at nature, animals don't do that, neither do plants. They aren't busy on mobiles, they aren't watching TV, they aren't busy on other things. They're eating when they're eating, and they know how much to eat and when to eat and what to eat and in what way to eat, rather. And so sometimes I really find we as human beings pretty stupid not to understand the intelligentsia which is hidden behind the nature and animals and plants being more intelligent than us.
And
Therefore,
Amrita, they don't have hospitals, they don't have doctors, they don't have policemen. Not sometimes we are stupid, we generally are stupid when we compare to animal and the bird kingdom. They can fly, the birds can fly, we can't fly. Animals can either see at night, we can't see, not all of them can. Those nocturnal, they can. They can feed themselves. Yes, they've got to strive, they've got to fight, they don't have as much lifespan as a human being, because human being is lucky for that. Maybe human being knows how to communicate, but lots and lots of things that you look into the animal. They don't have to wear an overcoat or a jacket, or they don't dress up in the morning and say, I need to wear this tie and all those things. How lucky are they? And look at us human beings fighting, warring. Yes, animals have fights with each other as well. But in a rough format, what you said was chew your food nicely, let your mouth enjoy the food. And biological reason is if it enjoys, then the saliva will mix with the food as well. Saliva has got superb function in our body. And it is not, when we are spitting saliva, it's ugly. But when you're using the same saliva for your body, it's a medicine, it's a requirement. So if you chew fast, the saliva hasn't got a chance to mix in, it goes down into your intestines and wherever it goes for the process, and it's difficult for the body to digest and break. But if you chew it correctly, it is nice. They worked it out that you can chew it anything from 24 to 32 times. It could be good. It depends on your age and what you are. So yes, so Amrita, what you have said is enjoy your food, make it yourself. Some of the times why people have got a problem, those who are working in the morning, they are rushing around, in which case overnight before you go to sleep, as your holiday, rather than looking at the laptop, TV and a computer, prepare your food that is safe to prepare, containerize or put it in the fridge so that following morning it is ready. Amrita mentioned snacking in front of the TV. Yes, we say that, but all of us do that. So what should we be snacking? Well, make some nice carrot sticks, celery sticks, cucumber sticks. Keep them ready and snack as much as you like with them with nuts instead of crisps and all those burgers and naughty things. So I think it's lifestyle change. Force yourself. It is only for your own health, because the biggest wealth on the earth is the health. You may be the richest guy on the earth, and if you're not healthy, you are not really wealthy. You're only financially wealthy, which doesn't belong to you. It either belongs to the bank or to somebody that you're going to leave it behind. The health is one factor that stays with you. Healthy mind, healthy soul as well. So it's good. Neetu, what is your favorite breakfast? What do you keep ready? What do you avoid? How do you restrict yourself from avoiding going into convenience food? What's your tricks, or what kind of foods do you keep?
Thank you. So my favorite breakfast is overnight soaked oats. So like life is busy, so I find it really convenient to soak them overnight in soy milk. Because at my stage of life, I know soy milk can give me essential health benefits. In the morning, then I add colorful, bright colored berries into it, blueberry, raspberry, sometimes dark grapes as well. Flaxseed, you've already mentioned, so milled flaxseed. Then I add a tablespoon of peanut butter just to add a little protein into it. Some cinnamon, little nutmeg powder, just to give it flavor and keep it interesting. So that's my favorite breakfast. If I'm not in sweet mood or oats mood, then it would be toast with avocado and egg, some seeds on top, and some olive oil. I love olive oil. So savory and sweet both. I keep options depending on my mood, how I feel and what mood I'm in. Like I said, I try not to force myself. I try to enjoy what I eat without any guilt. Yeah, I think, like I mentioned before, small sustainable changes are helpful. So we all have a routine that we've been following for years, but anything new that we want to change in our routine, it's useful to see where we are now and then slowly adapt it into healthier version of our eating routine or lifestyle. I loved what Dr. Amrita said. I'm absolutely very much into mindful eating practices, using all the five senses. And I'm so pleased that now in the Western world, we have so much scientific research evidence backing up. Because I know when I used to work in NHS 10 years before, we didn't have much evidence. And because here we had to follow evidence-based practice, it used to be so difficult. But now openly, we can promote mindful eating practices. So I'm so happy and glad about that. And I highly promote that. The benefits of chewing, letting the food break down, release all the nutrients, let all the juices and enzymes make. So absolutely amazing. Thank you. And also recognizing, is this really the texture that we are interested in? Because I was having this conversation with one of my clients last week, and we were exploring because, like Dr. Anjali said, she was getting into this habit of munching on crisps while watching TV. So when we explored, it was actually the texture, crunchy, crispy texture. And then we adapted that around a healthier version of crunchy, crispy food rather than crisp, because we know the crunchier foods are, especially market foods, the more they are on saturated fats, because that's where the crunchiness comes in food. So it's interesting. I'm really enjoying all the conversations today. Yeah, thank you everybody for sharing wonderful, valuable information.
And you mentioned toast, so presumably it's a wholemeal bread or a
Yes,
skillet bread, and not necessarily white bread, which is
that's right.
physically the white bread. Actually, when you consume in your body and it goes through your system, intestines, it goes like a lumpy thing, and it can stick around, it can stay around. That happens same with the white flour chapati and all those things. Try to go for wholemeal. It is actually healthier, and I like the ideas that you vary your diet as well. One can maybe do a weekly change. So maybe if you like salads before, then 1 week can be avocado salad. The next week together with lettuce, and nowadays you get so many different kind of lettuces and carrots and cucumbers. Following week maybe a beetroot. Go for rainbow color. Always try to add one sort of pepper. Maybe it is a red or a yellow pepper, which is very good. If it's got 4 bums in it, it's one for salad. If it's 3 bums, then maybe you can cook it. So look at the pepper and you will know whether it's good for cooking or whether it's good for salad. So yes, one should vary. And like how Amrita said, Nitu, you agree. Trust your tongue and trust your brain and enjoy the food. If you are going to consume the food, then enjoy it to the maximum. Don't just gulp it in you, because gulping in has no value. Anakul, you were
I have
smiling and you had a comment.
I have a question for Neetuji that is about seeing whatever, I mean, hearing what Amrita ji had just told about all these, how all the five senses and the heart, I've been a big proponent of using the hands while having meals, except for Chennai dosa, where they write down, please use your hands to eat.
Yeah.
They're none of the shops. And I've been trying to encourage other people to try to write down that you must try to use all your senses and just not stick to huge scoops or spoons. How much do you think something like that can be taken within the perspective of diets, etc., within the NHS? That's one comment. And number two comments was about I think we must encourage to stop having buffet meals because people have huge quantities of meals that time. They're not focused on eating. They're all talking to somebody else, and the plate is full. There's no organization in the plate. Everything's lumped over each other. And I don't know if something like we should have some sort of system trying to discourage buffet meals where people eat more than what is needed, and it's not necessarily really taken in properly. Thirdly, into the word proteins, I'm very cautious about proteins. Uh, Keeping aside the real good part of it, let me tell you the negative part that I really enjoy South Indian food of having what do you call the vadas and sambar in the morning and idlis and dosas. I like them, but in reality, I try my best not to have it because if I have it, I really swell up like mad. But having said that, in sambar has got very high quantity of proteins. So do dal, and one of the proteins I really enjoy is rajma. And I love rajma anytime. So sambar at one side, rajma on the other side, and an ordinary day's dal is what does my protein.
Brilliant, yes. Yeah, in regards to mindful eating with NHS, I highly promote that. Throughout my career, I've been promoting mindful eating. That is definitely top priority. Again, like I mentioned before, unfortunately, it's not standardized practice across NHS trusts. I have myself worked across 3 different NHS trusts during my career and with a care group as well. But it's not promoted as much it should be promoted all across, which is a downside. However, I know all registered nutritionists and dietitians, we all, of course, definitely promote mindful eating a lot because we know, and there's so much scientific backup highlighting there's amazing health benefits of mindful eating. Whether it's appetite regulation, healthy weight management, diabetes prevention, menopause care, holistic, it's amazing, definitely amazing. And when I deliver mindful eating webinars or workshops, we look into academic side of it, learning the whole the reality behind why we are putting mindful eating practices in place, and also kind of mindful eating session, practicing these skills. So there's amazing style where we can actually experience it. So let people experience what it means. So hearing is another thing, but when you actually experience or put it in practice, that's where you start seeing the difference. So absolutely amazingly important. But yes, like you said, colors, variety, absolutely important, and basic cooking skills, because when we prepare our meals, we put our heart into it because it's our creation, it's our preparation. And even when we talk to children, young children in school, because I offer nutrition education in schools as well. And my background is, of course, with babies and mothers, new mothers. So we offer them messy play with food. And that's the whole point, letting them touch their food and smell their food and take it to their mouth and experience all those flavors. So yeah, absolutely important, there as well. Yeah, my favorite snack, like you as well, is nuts. I always have my little jar of nuts ready, along with any fruit of my choice. It depends. It keeps changing. So absolutely, seeds and nuts marry really well. And then they keep me full for longer, give me satisfaction, and they are easily accessible around the globe. We have access to fruits. We have access to nuts. Something that we say here is measuring portion sizes using our hands. British Dietetic Association really recommend that. And I believe in that as well, because all of us come in different sizes. Our hand size is different for all of us. So a handful of nuts can be really good idea. And the way of measuring by hand is also valuable when we are on the go, when we are traveling, when we are on holidays. Because when we are talking about healthy eating or mindful eating, it's a good idea to expand it beyond our home environment. So when we're out and about as well, so we keep on following that routine. And also with people who are in this traveling jobs, for their work, they have to travel quite constantly, it's quite helpful because they set up these ways of eating or these habits already, and then they don't have to worry about, So yeah, measuring with your hand, I feel, can be ideal rather than carrying all the measuring cups and spoons and everything around, or measuring scales, which is not ideal, really, not practical. Yeah. And what was the third question? Sorry, third thing you mentioned?
The proteins, I think about the proteins I had said.
Yeah.
But I also have, there's a big replacement for the proteins that I enjoy doing is having dhoklas. They're very, very
Yes.
helpful in terms of
Yes.
nutrition as well.
Absolutely. Yes. We do have a lot of variety of plant proteins and, animal proteins, but of course, plant proteins are more sustainable choice of protein. And especially in our culture, we have variety of dals and all the colors. And we know all these colors, bright colors, they offer us antioxidant, anti-inflammatory effects and really beneficial. So absolutely rajma, white chane, black chane, and all the variety of dals, amazing protein. And like Dr. Neil mentioned about tofu, tempeh, soy milk, soy yogurt, edamame beans. So like you said, chana, sometimes I roast edamame beans, frozen edamame beans. And those roasted edamame beans can be really quick, good idea for snacking as well. Yeah. On my website, I have very little, but some recipes. And this is one of the reason I try not to offer too many recipes, because I would like people to be creative. They know what they enjoy. So pick up their food. And especially in country like UK, we have so much variety of food coming from all across the world. So why not try something which you have never tried from another part of the world with a curious mind to say, okay, how does that taste? And how can I marry it with my cultural heritage food? And how we can then create something new out of it. So yeah, creating our own recipes, cooking our own meals, I feel make it more relatable. So it kind of keeps us more bonded with our food, build that positive relationship with our food, and feeling proud of ourselves that we can create something interesting and enjoyable. So it's all mind, body, and spiritual connection, the way I see it.
Thank you, Neetu. Thank you, Anakul. Well, need to mention creative. Let's create something. So, Amrita, let's create an episode called Kitchen, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen with Mindful Eating. So we combine that, and that will be very good. And meanwhile, thank you everybody for contributing here. And let's remind people what is coming over the next 4 weeks so they can prepare and contribute. So, Amrita, the next week.
Yeah, the next week we're having post COP30 episode, putting nature, people, lives, and livelihood at the heart of climate action, where we'll be having experts who will be talking about environment and sustainability, which will be broadcasted on 23rd of November 2025 from 2 p.m. GMT onwards.
And that's literally a day after the actual post-COP finishing. So we will have some people live
Yes, at
from
Bellum.
there. Each year, a lot of our gang actually attends the post-COP 28, 20, 29, 30, even 27 since we started. So look forward to seeing there. And the following week.
The following week, we are with Integrated Health episode, Transforming Healthcare, which will be broadcasted on 30th of November 2025 from 2 p.m. GMT onwards.
And maybe Neetu, you can think of something integrating mindful eating over here and bringing it over there. You can keep in touch with Anukul and Amrita. Either one of them, if you exchange your number, I've just sent you a hello on your Facebook and thanking you so we can connect you with all of them. You are part of the family now. And the week after that, we are starting something exciting, which will be done every month from now. And Amrita and Anukul, tell us more about this.
Yes. Yes, Dr. Anukul, please go ahead.
Yeah, I think our Indian traditional systems have actually been always taken into account all aspects of our life, just not physical self, but even our psychological selves and our intellectual self, and on top of that, even spiritual self. And we have taken care of environment, the entire concept of dharma that we follow for dharma, for our air, for our parents, for everything. So integrating everything is very, very important. And unless we integrate everything, we really cannot maintain our health. Health as a part of everything, and everything is a part of our health. So we are looking into the Indian knowledge systems where we're trying to integrate architecture, economics, our behavior, our education, our eating habits, our health, and all put together. And we are trying to see how they're all interconnected, bonding all of them together, and then see what are the available research in each of these fields are, and trying to find out what is the evidence available currently and how we can use that evidence to make proper changes in such a way that there can be policies that can be introduced to help everybody come up together rather than I in my own corner and somebody else in their own corner. So a dietitian is just as much as important as a person who is talking about architecture and a person who is talking about agriculture. So they're all part and parcel of the whole process. And that's what we wish to integrate. Am I correct, Imrita? Is that what we are thinking of?
Yeah, absolutely. So we're glad to launch the Indian knowledge system, which is combination of indigenous Indian knowledge system, bringing up the timeless wisdom of our traditions. And so for starting of that, we are bringing to you the timeless wisdom from Bhagavad Gita as a first episode launch, preserving the past and shaping the future, which will be broadcasted to you live on 7th of December 2025 from 2 p.m. GMT onwards.
So very important tagline there, preserving the past because we learn so much from the past and shaping the future. And the first episode will be talking about timeless wisdom from Bhagavad Gita. So the way of life, whatever we have learned from there, this is the value that we learn from them. It's not necessarily just religion. It is more of the way of life. And Amrita mentioned indigenous. So if you are in any country that you are, it also means that we would like to integrate your country's values with the Indian knowledge system. So in the future, it will be called integrating Indian knowledge system with the indigenous of the country that you belong, because Healing Our Earth broadcasts in 186 countries at different time. Each episode is viewed by 23 to 30 countries. So a new launch here, and you've heard it from the two senior leads from there, Anukul and Amrita. So congratulations to both of you. You two are amazing, the way you create and what you bring at Healing Our Earth. And the following week, Amrita.
The following week, we are having Universal Health Coverage Day, Health for All. That will be broadcasted to you on 14th of December 2025 from 2 p.m. PST onwards.
And Neetu, as it happens, not that you will always get a chance in each one of them, in each one of them, you've got something to contribute.
Absolutely right. Yeah.
So even if you are not a contributor, you come in as a co-host or as a panelist, and you can be part of it as well. So it's your platform from now. Healing Our Earth belongs to everybody. There is no single person who owns it. It belongs to each individual who wants to contribute to create a better community. Thank you. And Amrita, time to wind down. It's nearly gone past midnight in the country where you are, and Anjali is. So thank you both for staying till midnight. And it's coming to evening, early supper time here in United Kingdom, and America has just woken up and they're coming to lunchtime. Amrita, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Neil Kumar. A special thanks to Neetu, and a special thanks to all the guests, and especially Kirit Bhai and Rotarian Lal Goel ji, Dr. Venkat Joshi, Dr. Anukul ji, Dr. Anjali, for again making this episode a beautiful episode for everyone. I hope you all have enjoyed, and we promise you to bring new topics with interesting as well as testing and tasting gossips, chit chats, discussions every Sunday that you will relish and put it in your diaries and your bucket list to follow through. So keep staying healthy, happy, and don't forget mindful eating is the way towards health, and health is wealth. Time to wind up with Gayatri Mantra. Om Om Bhur Swaha Tatsavitur Varenyam Bargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Bhur Swaha Tatsavitur Varenyam Bargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayat.